So in a minute, we're about to. Ukrainian entrepreneurs inspire the whole world. Despite the military challenges, Ukrainian business is demonstrating resilience and adaptivity because they restore the production. They are entering new markets, and every single enterprise that's still functioning, paying taxes, giving new jobs, developing. This is the backbone of Ukrainian economy. Ukrainian entrepreneurs help each other to adapt, to relocate. They share the capacities and assets. They help each other to enter new markets and create great collaborations. In the times of the biggest challenges, USAID CP is standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainian business. We're so proud that we can provide the grant support and we can provide technical assistance to Ukrainian entrepreneurs. Since the beginning of full-scale invasion, we've supported more than 1,800 businesses. Businesses established more than 3,000 of new jobs and saved more than 15,000 jobs. 117.6 million generated, more than 30 million of investments. In 2023, we launched 5 grant programs. 2,000 applications were processed. Grants were provided to 113 companies. 41 Ukrainian delegation at top level introduced their products to world. They introduced the state during international events with the support of the program. In 2024, we will expand the support. USAID CP team is happy to share the news that we're increasing the funding up to $170 million. We're expanding the support for big, small, and medium businesses to create new jobs. That's what we focus on. Wow. Up to 170 million, I think. A little bit more of applause now. Come on. Congrats, people. That's really awesome. So all the entrepreneurs that we have with us offline and those watching us online as well. So running a business in Ukraine, challenges and opportunities. When I was called to be a moderator, I read like challenges. We talk so much of these challenges and so frequently, like not so often about opportunities that we do have. And I'm so happy that this whole thing today will be like discussed for entrepreneurs, with entrepreneurs, and there's a person who can tell better than I can. So for us to start this business forum, I'd like to ask the head of USAID Competitive Economy Program Lead, Alessia Zaluska. Chief of Party, your applause. So, do you get the sound? Yeah? Yeah, quite often we use the word challenge. In the program, we usually say opportunities, and we mention that word a lot. Like one of my colleagues today of the team said, we're trying hard, and we are trying hard. That's what is happening. So our team today is not just 60 people. There's not just 60 people working for you. Our team, all of you, we all are the team. And how we've worked within these 5 years and how we actually plan to work within the following 1.5 years, that will be a different thing, a different story. I will not speak of the situation. We all know a lot. We've seen that. We understand all that. I'll just speak of the following. We don't have extra time and we don't have a right to hesitate. We just can't do it, you know? We have to get rid of any doubts. We have to just make conclusions and draw the line under 2023 and enter 2024 to understand what shall we do specifically. In the couloirs, we all have to negotiate and agree upon what we're going to do what we're going to do for Ukrainian economy to stay strong, to survive, for all of us to create 50,000 of jobs and 50,000, both 50 of direct, 50 indirect, to create 100,000 jobs, for Ukrainian business to expand their capacities, export, sell more, for all of us to co-fund. All of us have to co-fund, and you reinvest. You will reinvest. This is really important. USAID trusts us, and they expanded the budget of the program, as the moderator told us, up to $170 million. The last expansion took place like a month ago, yeah, and 80 million were added. This is our joint responsibility for the next 1.5 years, to be able to use all the opportunities that we actually can create together, because we never do something that we decide like in offices sitting on the third floor. We always ask you first, like, if something that we do, does it comply with your needs? Does it meet your needs? Have your needs changed maybe, or did something change, or maybe you need to add, or we need to add something or change the focus? So now on the slide, these are the key areas of our activity. These haven't changed: business climate, supporting the business, promoting export, and promoting the access to investment and funding. The only thing that changes is the focus. It shifts. We focus within the next year and a half on business support, and there's a big change here. So we've always focused on SMEs mostly, yeah? Now we shall focus on big and mid-sized business. So all those small ones which are close to become the mid-size, you do have a chance to accelerate the process actually. You're there, you can be there. So our approaches don't change. The only innovation I'll mention later, the partnership memoranda. This is something that we're gonna talk about within the next 3 months. We'll discuss that there is a chance, apart from the grant support, there is a chance to enter the partnership memoranda and in fact accelerate all those activities, you know, that you need for your expansion or for co-funding or of certain project. So the conclusions of the year, you've heard in the video, like what we have today as of now. What is behind the figures? People who are giving those figures and numbers. So a big thank you to all of you for actually doing that. Yeah, you make it possible. This is your achievement. So it's already 6th year already. It's already 6th year that we've been in Ukraine, and we will be here for another year and a half. For us, it's so important that this year and a half that I mentioned, for us to focus within this period, to focus on establishing and creating both direct and indirect jobs. Focus on expanding the production. As a result, increasing sales and export volumes. Focus on access to funding, which is necessary to expand and reinvest. Today is the last day when applications can be submitted for this flagship program that we launched together with Ministry of Economy. And truly, we are so happy. We're pleased that with MOE we have a chance to cooperate in a very productive way, and we can agree upon various things and be very complementary in that matter. So this program works mostly for mid-size enterprises, and we expected that we would get a lot of applications, but we never expected to get that wave of applications. So yesterday we decided to increase the budget by 11 million, and 75 grants, or like 75, 90 grants, depending on specific amounts. By the end of this day, you can apply. So yeah, if you hesitated, so please. As I told you, we have this innovation, the partnership memorandum, as we call it, yeah? And the aim of this event also is to distribute information about this specific format. Please, if you are a mid-size or a big enterprise, if you have a chance to expand, to grow, or to implement a production production expansion project or go to export markets, or you want to launch a new investment project, let's talk, okay? Let's see if we can help you with this. And that is how you will create jobs, new jobs, or you will enter new markets or reinvest in Ukraine, right? So just a couple of slides on what we've been doing in 2023, relocation. Then what else we had? Developing staff potential. We'll continue doing this. We'll have a lot of programs in 2024 aimed at retraining, requalification, and creating new jobs. So we continue with the trade missions. Everything that we planned, it's going to take place, it's going to happen. If you do see that you have, if there is a wish and opportunity, if you feel it, and if you see that at some fairs Ukraine was not introduced, maybe let's talk and find some opportunities. We continue implementing the alliances. Not everyone is ready to export like now at this moment. Not everybody is ready to invest in participation in fairs, okay? So we have this flagship, another flagship format of cooperation, alliance. We continue supporting Ministry of Digital Transformation and DSCD project. We're with you, and we continue supporting Advantage Ukraine and opportunities to get investment for Ukrainian companies, because this is of crucial importance. Not just the external investment is important, but internal as well. It's important for Ukrainian business to reinvest, to co-fund new projects and new opportunities to emerge. Okay, so we'll continue working with the Ministry of Economy, of course. We'll continue the collaboration, and a lot is planned. I'm so pleased that in Ministry of Economy we have such a great team of leaders, you know, and today with us we'll have Ms. Tetiana Berezhna. And it's really important for us that Ministry of Economy is handling mostly the small, micro, mid-size, like they're handling everything. And we will focus on mid-size and big enterprises in 2024. I'm so grateful for coming despite the situation that we have now. I'm so grateful for having plans, for planning. Thanks to your plans, thanks to it depends on how you'll use the opportunities. And if you use them properly, we will definitely create more than 100,000 of jobs, direct and indirect. We'll enter new markets. And some good news about European integration negotiations that we got yesterday. It enhances the optimism. I just want to ask you people, please be very careful with forecasts, okay? Don't become don't get frozen, don't fall into coma, okay? We don't have right for it. We are the locomotives, we are the backbones, we are the bones on the skeleton that we allow others, we give a chance to others to believe that our economy is gonna be resilient and will withstand. Glory to Ukraine and glory to heroes. Ms. Alyssa, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so falling into coma, that sounds interesting, because in studio we've had this like sketch when the person is listening to the news falls into coma, then comes out of it. So we finished the sketch this year that nobody has a right to fall into coma this year. Only when we do that you can fall into coma then. Okay. If it's possible, put your phones in silent mode. If Kyivstar, don't even think about it. So we can continue, I guess. Ms. Alyssa already mentioned this person, by the way, and I like Deputy Minister of Economy, Tetiana Berezhna, to step on the stage, and a big round of applause now. Good morning, everyone, and I'm so happy to be with you on this day. I'll start with the following. Ministry of Economy and Ms. Yulia Sviridenko, the minister, is saying thank you to all of you for your work, for your activities. You're still doing it during the war, paying taxes, creating new jobs. For all of us today, what we have to understand today, not much to choose. So either we work or we defend the country, meaning with weapons in our hands. So every day we have to just stick to that. When we pay taxes, when we employ people, when we pay official wages to them, I do hope that we only have the decent enterprises here. You provide money for the armed forces because we fund it from our money. All other money that we get as microfinancial support, it goes for social sector in particular, but you have to understand that you help our army to stay alive and to be the shield of Eastern Europe. Thank you. And I'd like to express gratitude as well to USAID CEP, to Alessia, my big thank you to all your team, because it seems to me that our cooperation with MOE is the synergy. It sounds simple, but it's like that. 1 + 1 = 3. Yeah, it gives us 3. And I hope that in 2024 we'll be stronger, much stronger. We'll find even more formats to cooperate and interact, because it's quite a successful cooperation, I can tell you. Thank you. I'd love to tell you about the plans of the MOE for 2024. And when we speak of the plans, we usually say that next year, processing industry must become the new philosophy of the state. Why? Because this is about creating new jobs inside the country. It's about creating an added value, opportunities for export. So if in 2021 the share of processing industry in the structure of GDP reached 10%, in 2022 8%, in 2024 we plan to double it, thanks to your efforts as well. So based on OECD standards, the developed countries, the country where the share of processing industry in GDP reaches not less than 20%. This is the ambitious goal we have to move forward to. Therefore, the set of programs aimed to localize production to support processing industry are launched by the MOE. For example, to support grants for processing industry, I'll tell you, for next year in budget, we have more than 5 billion hryvnias already allocated. So we do hope that each entrepreneur will take this opportunity. I always say, and our minister says that we need to refuse from that strange old school philosophy, like when entrepreneurs think that the state is doing everything to give away all the opportunities that one is like giving. But no. You are the biggest stakeholders when it comes to creation of new jobs and tax payment. We do everything for all decent applicants who are applying for grants to get them.
And everyone who gets them, they can create jobs and pay taxes. So today I will be talking about 4 things. And I will draw a conclusion for all our grant program, and I'll also tell you more about the innovations in our labor legislation. You're probably using the old code, and also our programs that are focused on creating new jobs and supporting people's productivity on new jobs. And after 6.2 million people were displaced and left the country, we want to make sure that all those who stayed, they can work in a more productive way and are more mentally resilient at their work. So what about the result? Our flagship program that is supported by competitive economy program, make these grants more attractive. There are 42.5 thousand applications, and lots of businessmen received these grants. And also, as our KPI, we can see that 500 million hryvnias of taxes were paid, and this is still growing. Almost 25,000 jobs were created. For the next year, we have twice as much available, 3.6. And the new component of the program, where there is a possibility to get 1 million hryvnias for veterans, and it's just increasing with every day, and we can see some good results, and we're happy with the new with every new applicant. So there are lots of winners of that programs, people who participated in hostilities, war veterans. Also another program for processing businesses. Since the 1st of July 2022, we have 650 winners, and we're planning to hand out around 1,000 grants, and we have 5 billion hryvnias allocated for that. So please actively use that possibility. As Alessi said, we can complete each other. Ministry of Economy program, this program. So it actually works in cohesion. Please use that possibility and pay attention. So short information about the labor legislation. Soon we're launching a communication campaign about that, and everyone who wants to work in Ukraine has an opportunity to do that in a comfortable way, both employees and employers. And since the new year, we're launching the new labor code with flexible types of employment. There are different types of job contracts for people who work online, for people who unfortunately cannot work in the office due to disability. The reason why we do that, because we think that flexibility for employment will make official employment more popular and will intensify tax payment. Important thing that the ministry is working with is attracting women, and we should say that the level of economic activity among women is 39%, which is a bit too low. And we want to help women who also have some family responsibility. We want to make sure that they have more possibilities to have jobs. We planning to grow. Unfortunately, our 1971 code, according to this code, a woman that has a small child can't go on a business trip, or woman that and also things with trial periods with jobs while their employers they want to find workarounds. So we just providing accessibility for women to the labor market. Another thing I wanted to tell you about is an interesting program that we did in the Ministry of Economy. We did that based on Estonian experience. It's an ability to create a job for people with disabilities. And why we do that among people with disabilities? We have 3 million people with disabilities, so only 13% of people are working. And if we help these people, we will benefit. It will benefit the economy. Now, the results of the program are not very big, but the funds that we already allocated means that it's working and it will actively develop next year. We've allocated 660 million hryvnias, and this will create 110,000 jobs. So please use that program. You can just file an application to the job center, to the job service, and it will be a service, a separate service in the application. This is a productivity program that we've launched, became even more successful than we hoped for. It means that we're innovative even in times of war, and we pay attention not just to creating jobs, but also productivity of people who already have jobs. These huge figures. Okay, you can see on the screen are these these figures are approved by the world organizations. 1 trillion hryvnias are lost because people are not productive, because people underperforming because of their mental state, and this happens because of stress. And thanks to the Better Me program, we have offered an productivity improvement program. Any employee can use that. You can just download an application using a QR code they can see on the screen. And the first application, it's called Mental Health. You can get some short exercises to diagnose burnout on your workplace, or try exercises who can help you with that. Another application is just set of exercises that you can do at your workplace. And I do sports on a daily basis. I know how important it is to do sports every day, at least a couple of minutes a day, to be fit. And it's very easy, some easy steps to join the program. And after 2 weeks after the program was launched, we had 300 businesses like McDonald's, Shadbank, the Ministry of Economy, other ministries, Rosetka chain. So we hope that this program will be interesting for you and your employees. It's absolutely free. So we're talking about economic growth and our new philosophy in the form of supporting processing industry, but I want you to remember the phrase that is cited by our First Lady. It depends on a single person, every individual person. So please take care of yourself and of your employees. And caring means using opportunities that you have available around you. Today, what Alessia talked about, from what she said, I can say that there are lots of opportunities, and have a fruitful conversation. Glory to Ukraine. Thanks a lot, Tanya. And Tatiana mentioned productivity at the end of her speech, and I think she really uses that software, because we had a short conversation, and she said, I was here at 7 a.m. and then I had a meeting, then I went and it actually works. It can increase your productivity. You're free to use it. You can see there are some changes in the program, and it will be about communication today. So it's important to listen to important things, but it's important to talk about that with people who are involved in businesses, people who work with businesses, people who help businesses. So we have panel discussions. The first one will be called Doing Business in Ukraine, Paving the Way to the Economic Recovery. So I would like to invite the following speakers who'll participate in the panel discussion. Ruslan Hashev, Chairman of the Board, Export Credit Agency. Your applause, ladies and gentlemen. Eduard Lebedev, co-owner and director of Aton Service Company. Alexander Gribon, investment team lead in Advantage Ukraine. And Dina Sidash, vice president of Dnipropetrovsk Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ruslan, let's swap places. I didn't want to replace you on that one, but I will be moderating the first panel discussion, and I wanted to start with a question to you. You said competitive economy works with Export and Credit Agency of Ukraine, and their mission is to come up with the optimal offer for Ukrainian entrepreneurs. So, what do they do to create opportunities on foreign markets for Ukrainian businessmen and enterprises? Thank you for your question. It's actually a new tool, and it's been working in Ukraine for a bit more than a year. But the law was approved in 2016, and around the world, such institutions have been working for like up to 100 years. So it's not a new concept for the world when we say that Ukrainian exporters work on the global market exporting their products. We mean that before that they were limited in the set of tools that are available for them to provide competitive advantage for buyers abroad. Payment postponing is one of these tools, and I don't think that there's one. There's someone who can provide advance payment possibility for our businessmen, or they just want a guarantee. But this guarantee provided by Ukrainian bank, like they don't want that abroad, because Ukrainian bank rating cannot be above Ukraine's rating, and Ukraine's rating is pretty low. So it's like a vicious cycle for Ukrainian entrepreneurs. So we provide Ukrainian exporters a possibility to do that, and so we provide that as a service, deferred payment. We're basically ensuring 85% of that deference. If you supplied your products and you have a deferred payment for like 3 months, and we can pay 85%, and then we just take it from there. So it works for smaller contracts, and we have this flaw in the legislation that we're trying to solve. That means if you have a small contract like 15,000 euros, you will have a possibility to close the monitoring overview. So we can cover 85%, but for the rest you need to get foreign currency income, otherwise you will pay fines to the tax service. And we've been talking about that for the last 2 years. The different problem, the second problem is where to take available money to close the contract, export contract. I don't know any business in Ukraine that have enough property that can be used as a mortgage by the bank. If you don't have that property, the question is how to attract more money, how to get cash. Yeah, well, maybe this is going to be like 15% of interest rate, and still be high interest rate. But these tools are out there as part of the European Investment Bank, and we're basically providing insurance services for export loans. So in our portfolio, we have options, and the biggest loan was 210 million hryvnias without mortgage, issued by Raiffeisen Bank. So this is something we can provide with to exporters. So I guess it's related to recovery. Well, actually, we have enough time. I'm interested in hearing more information about that. Honestly, I don't understand what you're talking about, like 50%, but I have a list of questions that I have for you and for the others. Okay, I will stop here. just a small clarification. Yeah, this is great that you're being like general. Well, I didn't mention USAID actually. Okay, okay. I just wanted to ask you a specific question, like a practical question. Can you provide us with an example of a successful company that entered export market? So there are two product. One is a deferred payment. So here's an example. That happened before the war. And this is Zhytomyr Root Dairy factory. So they produce ice cream, and they had a contract with the Chinese, and the Chinese should pay in advance. So that was coronavirus pandemic, and they said we can't do that. Let's do deferred payment, 180 days. And this Ukrainian company didn't just agree on that; they decided to use that to their advance. And it's like a commodity credit, and you basically can. What they did, they increased amount supplied tenfold. It was a huge amount in dollars, more than $110 per year, and they increased it tenfold. And the Chinese agreed to that. So they rooted in that market, and they not only increased the contract, they increased the amount of product supplied. So speaking about funding, I mentioned Raiffeisen Bank, and I can tell you more about that because that contract was pilot, and that was a Ukrainian producer of frozen products, and they wanted to sign a contract with a Polish company to supply ice cream under a new brand, and they created the brand specifically for Polish. And they have a chain owned by Portuguese, but they didn't have enough cash in order to launch the whole thing.
Raiffeisen gave this loan only with our insurance agreement, without a mortgage. I don't remember the price, like 2.2%. Yeah, that was the cost. So expensive or not? No, because if you like have property as a mortgage, you have to insure it, you have to register it, so you have some expenses still. But war risk insurance, you can't just have it in an insurance company when it comes to property. You can't insure the property from war risks. Our mortgage agreement was better for bank than any other type of property. So the contract with Polish was concluded for 6 months. They got 600 million hryvnias. This is one story. Second, during the war, the full-scale war last year, in Zaporizhia, we have Zaporizhia metal plant. Yeah. Alloy plant. They make cables, wires. They're exporting it to Austria. And they decided to open a new production. So it's like export and investment project in Ivano-Frankivsk region. Zaporizhia was under shelling all the time. They had some safer. They wanted some safer conditions. 3 million from owners, 3 million from Ashotbank. They insured the credit in our place. They did it quite fast, but the key thing, the state-owned bank with the state agency gave an opportunity to have 3 million euros engaged. Export income during a year, 60 million euros. And for the state, this project was great because it's relocation, investment project, expanding the export income. So this is the second, and we created like 300 or 400 of jobs there at the plant. Yeah, great, thank you, Ruslan. So Eduard, I just want to come up to you from the standpoint of okay. Let's talk to business directly now. On service, and I want to ask you about your experience during the full-scale invasion. Okay, so if grant tools are useful for you, what helps you the most in this difficult time not to stop and continue doing what you do? Okay, so good afternoon. This is my first speech in Ukrainian, so I can just... It's beautiful. Your Ukrainian is great. Thank you. After each sentence, I can say, wow, like, if it helps me to proceed, okay. So, look, we use and we study everything we have in the market. We analyze all the grant programs, grant trainings, all the capacities. Because if you don't have certain information, it hampers your development, okay? Lack of information hampers your developments. In 2019, we created the creative team working with grant agreements. They're handling the grant providers. So thanks to it, we had the training on how to reach the export tools, modernization of HR unit. We studied some interesting markets for us. You know, we also relocated grants with the help of the state grant program. We also modernized the enterprise. As an example, okay, with grants, yeah. When we relocated our enterprise from Kyiv region to Zakarpattia, March 2022, that was, yeah, in March. We faced a problem back then. When we worked in Kyiv region, we had many services that we outsourced, like repairs, metal cutting, whatever, you know, some different services, different types of services for our production cycle. But when we came to Zakarpattia region, we understood that there's no one next to us who can provide those services at all, like blank space. So we had to search for products. We had to keep up with the quality. And thanks to grant programs, we managed to buy some equipment, expand our capacity. And also, we started offering these services for outsource. If we took the outsource services, now we were outsourcing our services for local businesses. And thanks to grant programs as well. Plus continuous training for the personnel, plus consultations, plus development. So this whole thing actually happened thanks to grant programs, and we're so satisfied. Okay, you started talking about consultations, and I simply know that you say CEP, you have a very long cooperation already, and you visited, under this program, you visit international fairs, agri-tech, ITM industry, and one of the projects that help you to get this free of charge business consultation. I just want to ask you to tell about cooperation with grant programs and how exactly the participation in these fairs and these events, how did it help? Well, we have an ambitious goal. First of all, we plan to create an international company with lead office in Ukraine with innovative production. Therefore, we also want to have a couple of affiliates all around the world, yeah? Plus production capacities. We understand that our products have some interesting quality and interesting technical features. We've seen that at various international fairs before the COVID, before the full-scale war. So then we realize that for us to sell, we have to be present in the market. And the best way is participation in fairs. Like COVID and war, unfortunately, we lost these opportunities to develop very quickly, yeah? Thanks to USAID, this year we had our stands in Hanover and Hanover Agritech, and in Poznan, ITM industry, if I'm not mistaken. What did it give us? Okay, first of all, we established connections, and now we already have a couple of export contracts already. And by the way, we signed a contract, dealership contract with Baltic states, and negotiating with 2 Polish companies for representation. But as Ruslan mentioned very properly, Ukrainian business is facing a serious problem when they enter the export process. Advance payments, okay? So nobody's going to pay in advance now. Let's be honest. They don't want to. All of them don't want to. If we have clear, transparent, normal rules, yeah? Maybe insurance, but at least for the period of active hostilities. This will help a lot to function. Secondly, truly, if we upload the products abroad, if we send it abroad, and if God forbid they will not pay us for it, state will think that we are criminals and we will have a penalty amounting to the contract costs. And unfortunately, we had this negative experience, and now we're trying to overcome it. But also, now it's so hard for our company to have certain installation activities, especially abroad. We are producing the air conditioning and air filtering equipment. It's highly innovative, so something really serious, and we and we produce these huge filtration systems for enterprises, and these problems are hampering us. Not even hampering, but it really makes it hard to enter other markets because of our specificity. But we can actually overcome this. We can fight that. It's possible. And some solutions via business associations. Yeah, state is helping us. Some risks are covered autonomously by us. But the fairs, are very important for the company. All these events are important. With the frontiers, yeah. Why we came to that program? We have to cooperate with markets where we want to enter, okay? So for that, we have just to understand all the nuances and specificity of the context. Frontiers give a chance to talk, yeah? Just to talk to experts, to practitioners in the market. It's a great platform. And before the full-scale war, we got consultations. Now we also work with this as well. Thank you, Eduard. Thank you. And thank you for this wonderful speech in Ukrainian. It was brilliant. Let's support Eduard with his linguistic challenge. I hope he'll give us more back later. So, okay, can you tell me, please, about Advantage Ukraine platform and the projects you work with, okay? Thank you so much. Advantage Ukraine is a CSO supported by USAID, and it currently is functioning to provide services for investment platform that was initiated by the president, and today it's implemented in cooperation with MOE in particular. The key idea of the platform, what is the function of us, yeah? What are key function? Platform is one of the tools to generate leads, let's call it, okay? And these leads we generate both in Ukraine when we cooperate with Ukrainian entrepreneurs and Ukrainian business, which is searching for international capital. On the other hand, we cooperate with the sources of capital, yeah? As you know, the sources of capital, we can split these debt and share capital. So, banks, financial institutions, credit institutions, those providing guarantees, war risk insurance, and so on. And the shareholders, yeah, the equity, that we can call the strategists in their areas. Those are interested in certain industries, or these may be just portfolio investors like equity funds, okay? With a name not just to enter the niche, not just to take the leading position with some product, but to support some business at the stage of growing, then with this growing, make some money as well, yeah? So, today, we actually are very active. We cooperate actively with the Ukrainian business, and we open the world of international capital for them. We open the window. We all have just to understand that Ukraine has already stepped on this way. It's imminent for us to integrate in global economic dimension. For us, it's a huge opportunity, but it's also a big challenge at the same time, because it's historically happening that with international money, only big businesses know how to handle that. Those businesses who already took everything they could locally out of local markets, and they realized that they are a big fish in a small pond, and they want to go like Matthew McConaughey, elsewhere to black hole. So, international capital world becomes more accessible, to Ukrainians, and one of the positive consequences, actually, of the conflict that we're unfortunately having today, one of the consequences will be that Ukraine will be catapulted there. We'll have this quantum leap. We'll just jump into that capital market. We can see it in the political movements where we have these accelerated integration processes, the international support that is provided to Ukraine today, it's not just the weapons, it's not just like Patriot, it's not just the money to cover the budget deficit, okay, that allows us to cover the gaps and like pay people their wages, but it's also about specialized funds that are allocated by governments of the countries, our partners, I mean, to stimulate so-called multiplicating financial tools. Okay, let's imagine that U.S. government, okay, is providing certain money. An example I can give: in U.S. they have such financial corporation, development corporation, DFC. A year ago, DFC had a public announcement made that they allocate $1 billion for Ukraine. But what it means, they allocate it, but it's not just throw it from helicopter all over the country, okay, and we just gather it. No, not like that. Allocation of money means that still Ukrainian business that wants to apply for that funds, one must comply with the requirements, criteria. Meet the criteria, be transparent, be internationally audited, financial reporting must be there, you know, understanding rules of the game of international creditors. If Ukrainian applicant opens this application document to fill out, to get the DFC credit, one is closing it instantly because, you know, it's impossible. 150 pages of texts, small font, like it's impossible. You know, it's mission impossible. You start reading the policies that you have to comply with, from sexual harassment to PSEA, whatever, like environmental, I don't know. How you procure the printers, in which way. So there are so many various policies, like 20 policies are there you have to put, integrate in the document. And at least, well, you have to get this audited financial reporting based on international standards of audit. You have to stop paying wages and envelopes to people, at least. You have to start paying taxes, finally. And you have to start being responsible and meeting the requirements. Ukrainian business today is facing this existential choice. We understand that the critical mass of SMEs, it exists in the old paradigm still. It's rotating there. We have progressive entrepreneurs, and I'm pretty sure that we have all of them here in the hall, those who want to have some changes and transformation. And actually, these transformations, we're helping to get these. We tell them about all the accessible sources of capital. We structure them. We say that those are like providing funds for certain industries. There are certain limitations. Someone else is funding everything, but minimum threshold, minimum amount, threshold amount. But the requirements of eligibility are basically the same. We're screening. We're diagnosing. An entrepreneur comes to us saying, I just want to take an international loan, we screen one's financial capacity, like managerial reporting, and we take him if one meets the transparency requirements, if one is not engaged in some prohibited activities, if there are some bottlenecks, we say these are the bottlenecks. Clearly, we help to eliminate those. Like if there's no audit, we will be so glad to draft the TOR, to have the tender for the audit, to get the best conditions. Not to get some extra, but for you to do something that international creditor needs. All right? And when we do all that, we can introduce the project to international party and get the money. Okay, so I'll be frank. Today we work mostly with loans, with credits. So the aim of our platform was to engage various types of capital, not just the debt capital, but also the equity. The situation is that the equity capital is really it's very, very careful. People are careful with it, and there is a reason for it. So first of all, there is no mass insurance when it comes to war risks. It exists. It's like it's launched to some extent, but when I was the Deputy Minister of Economy, I was responsible for investment. We woke up the MEGA. We convinced EBRD that there must be an insurance project. DFC, we told them that it's not just about, it's also should be the insurance of political war risks, but the result is not so huge. If we take $50 million of insurance when it comes to projects, but it's the total. But we all know the numbers of the World Bank that we lost 400 billion, yeah, after the first year of war. We'll have again the World Bank exercise where we understand that it's not 400 billion, but much more already. So, the equity is just the shareholders' funds are like still, it's hesitating, but the credit capital, it still comes from various sources. As I told you, the state agreements. So we took DFC, yeah, but there are also others. We had good combinations like export credit agencies. We have like the one that Ruslan leads, but we have these in each country of the world. The key aim of them is to promote export with the country of origin. Let's take German ECA, okay? German ECA, they provide this loan insurance to Ukrainian businessmen who wants to import Ukrainian equipment. If one is importing German equipment, one can actually get some privileged loan from any bank if one is buying this insurance from the German ECA. And this is again a new source. This is a new way to engage money, and this is a way for our entrepreneurs to develop their business with use of foreign capacity. But the task for MOE is to guarantee and ensure the localization of those productions. So we understand that first we'll have the direct import, but when we see some movement, these producers, the government tells them like, okay, you can collect this, we can open it there, like you can collect the final products in Ukraine, add some value in Ukraine, do the localization, then it will be a win-win situation for all.
And our main goal, our main task is to tell people about these capital tools, to train people on how to do that, and point out weakest links, and then help them with the last mile, and then persuade them that these funds need to be handed out. And that's what we tell people when we communicate to foreign governments. And this development institutions like EBRD, they're still in the pre-war paradigm in terms of risk assessment, in terms of how it affects our businesses. But their main goal, however, to be more loyal and proactive, provide some benefits. There are organizations that focus that. For example, the Danish agency AFO. It's mostly export credit agency, but they also provide direct credits. The way they assess businesses, these creditors, they just look at your financial profile 3 years ago, and not all had good situation 3 years ago, and maybe even like few had good situation 3 years ago. What they do, they say, we look back at the pre-COVID situation like 5 years ago. So they give a possibility to that if they take loans, that they can have a possibility to use their EBITDA before the COVID situation. So this is how they get feedback. That's great, Alexander. Let's imagine for a second Like for example, we are shooting a TikTok video, like up to 1 minute. So what about the 3 advices for these businesses? Well, you can just apply to us and say honestly, if you really want that international capital, if you really want that, you need to be ready for that transformation and change. And the third one is apply for international audit. Just start today. You don't have to take 4. You don't have to. I'm not going to do any advertising for that, but you can apply for like a 3rd or 4th level audit, but this will open a huge level of opportunities to extract capital. Thank you very much, Alexander. Dina, now it's your turn as a vice president of Dnipropetrovsk Chamber of Commerce. You work with lots of regional businesses, so who are these businesses? What they do? And what about 2023? What were the main challenges these businesses faced? Hello, everyone. First off, I would like to thank you for the invitation. And we don't have much gender equality, the Deputy Minister talked about. Well, actually, we'll have a separate female panel today. And I felt a bit comfortable today. Are you going to be a co-host, like helping me here? Can you do that? Yeah. Thank you. And as far as the Chamber of Commerce is concerned, what we do and the way our business operates, I would like to say that the main audience that we deal with is businesses that want to export their goods or those who already export, because we mostly focus on export, import operations. And today we can see that there is a huge demand, additional demand for looking for partners, because the full-scale invasion changed the situation with the trade, and businesses are changing. And we can see, based on our statistics that we gathered internally, export is getting back on the track. Enterprises are being more active, and they're trying to find ways out. They're finding partners, they're finding new markets, and we can see that by the amount of services provided, they increased 18%. Number 2, Dnipropetrovsk Oblast has a positive balance in trade. Last year, Dnipropetrovsk enterprises mostly exported than imported. And we can see that there is a demand for additional support for individual support for businesses. Trainings are good, they work, but nevertheless, entrepreneurs look for some individual support options. That includes tailored export strategy and also support services for enterprises that are finding partners to export goods. We are part of a bigger network of chambers of commerce. Also, we are part of a national network. In that sense, we have more possibilities to look for partners, to help our clients look for partners. And also there is a demand for additional training, which deals with individual requirements, creating business plans, and this is what the previous speakers talked about. Entrepreneurs have lots of issues, lots of challenges, things like writing a good business plan, and these projects that we have in Ukraine, projects that will enter Ukraine because we are moving towards European Union, and there will be lots of funds coming from European donors. Not all of these projects and grants can be used by our entrepreneurs because there are lots of problems. First, there is a language barrier, and we talk about that during all meetings. If you want to scale up, if you want to export your goods, at least you need to know languages of the country that you're entering, at least the English language, and that's a problem. Lots of entrepreneurs who see that there is a problem, they're trying to deal with it. A lot of them, they have trouble understanding, and they are losing opportunities for Ukrainian businesses. In that sense, we in the Chamber of Commerce, we're trying to communicate that to our community of enterprises. If you want to develop, if you want to improve your area of cooperation and moving in that direction is the only way out. What is Chamber of Commerce? Some people think that we're some sort of a governmental organization. We're supported by the government. We're not a government or state organization. We are a community of entrepreneurs, mostly medium businesses, because on that level, well, we don't really help bigger enterprises, but in terms of looking for markets, clients, we mostly helping medium and small enterprises. Dina, I know that you have 2 projects with competitive economy of Ukraine by USAID. Tell me more about that. Tell me about the format and how useful is that? Well, actually, we really love that program, Competitive Economy of Ukraine. When the full-scale invasion happened, I remember the first days when we and the colleagues and the businesses that we sat together. We didn't know where to go, what's going to happen. And in March, after the full-scale invasion happened, the program representatives contacted us, and we implemented a really small project, but it was a huge support for us and for regional entrepreneurs and also for IDPs that relocated to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. And then we had a bigger project to support industry relocation. More than 80 enterprises were relocated to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and with the program Competitive Economy, we organized financial support projects for these enterprises. And now we're helping our enterprises to be better, to be more competitive, and we're implementing a project that supports international certification according to ISO 9001 and 22000. So these are requests from our businesses and our partners from foreign countries, because we all get together during exhibitions and malls, and these certificates is the first step that allows our entrepreneurs to enter these export markets, and this is what we do. Also, there is another component, something that I already mentioned, individual tailored support for enterprises, because every enterprise has their own problems, and we're trying to help these enterprises, help them find the right way that will lead them to success. Thank you very much. And finally, I wanted to ask you a very short question, because we're running out of time, and this discussion is called Paving the Way to the Economic Recovery. On the scale 1 to 10, how would you assess that way to the economic recovery optimistically? Well, between 3 and 4. Very optimistic. Yeah, but realistic. Okay. Ruslan, I guess it's gonna be 6 out of 10. Yeah. Alexander? Well, currently it's looks like 5. And Edward, what about you? Well, okay, look. If we are planning to build like a factory, that's gonna be 8, at least 8. Well, let's give him a round of applause. Dina, I did a small calculation out of speakers and moderator. The score is 16 to 16. Thank you very much. Let's give our first participants a round of applause. Thanks a lot. And we're going to continue. We have a second panel discussion coming. It's called Training and Reskilling to Create Adaptable Workforce. And I would like to invite first speakers. Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Tatiana Berezhna. Now she's joining us online. She's gone. Andriy Zaikin, founder and executive director of YEP. Taras Komarenko, a founder of Smart People Business School, and it will be moderated by Arseny Balaji, Regional Competitiveness Advisor in USAID CEP. Competitive economy. We have another mic here. Hello? Thank you for introducing me, and I'm extremely pleased to see you all. And we are welcoming our speakers, and Tatiana was supposed to be here, and if she can do that, she will join us online. Before starting, just want to get into the context, because it's really pressing issue, and we know these painful figures: 5 million of IDPs in Ukraine, and Deputy Minister also mentioned 6.2 million of people who left the country. 4.5 million people in EU countries, based on the latest stats. So human resources is a great pain for us, and we have a demographic crisis for the last 30 years since we became independent, and it's pretty sad. Out of 52 million of people in 1991, right now we have 27 officially. So what do we do in that situation? Where do we seek for answers? How do we do that? And how can businesses find their talents? And before we begin, let's talk about figures. USAID couldn't just watch that happening. So we responded as much as we could, and we can provide you with some figures. In 2022, the program defined as a key priority is supporting the human capital development and helping businesses to cover their workforce deficit, and support different initiatives, including governmental initiatives. And it was already mentioned, 18,000 jobs as part of the own business program, and we're providing them with expert assistance. And among speakers we have Andriy Zaikin. He's a founder and executive director of YEP. It's an entrepreneurship university, and we've been working with them closely together, and 16,000 students It's a number of people who participated in these courses. More than 80 educational institutions all over Ukraine, and also IT generation program, so-called switcher program. Switchers are people who switch areas in IT, and they have a pretty good result, to say the least. 2,200 switchers. Also, we have Taras Komrenko, founder of Smart People Business School, and we've been working with him as part of a training program for executives in textile industries. And that's not it. More than 20 initiatives in requalification. These applications are being processed, and we have a couple of initiatives. We are trying to increase our coverage, and we have pretty ambitious plans. And 50,000 jobs, direct and indirect. So there is no turning back. We need to keep moving. So let's start with having a conversation about what do you see as people that work in education and training and here's a question to Taras as well. As a person that trains real business people, is there any frustration, or people are more optimistic? So what about businesses? How do they tackle that situation, and what helps them, and what is an obstacle? Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the question. Speaking about my environment and people that I work with, people who believe in victory, people that are resilient, and this is what Tatiana talked about. They care about their mental health and mental health of their teams. They keep developing their businesses and companies despite all. And companies like Edwards company that gave an 8 to these businesses. They're the drivers behind that, and they created the jobs that are opened in Ukraine.
And yeah, deficit of staff is the number one challenge because it doesn't matter how cool the products are launched by owners, international markets they're reaching, it doesn't matter what these are. The question is, who is going to do that? Who's going to implement this and make it real? So our answer is to engage people who are not in the industry, retrain them based on the company. On the one hand, at macro level, we can talk about it, and we definitely have to go to cooperation between universities, vocational schools, employers, business associations, employment centers, and working with that as well, because we can create hundreds, thousands of new specialties, but new professions. But if we want to multiply it, it should be there at national level. Okay, thank you. You mentioned education. Yeah. So Andriy, by the way, you directly are engaged in training. You educate young people. So what are the trends? Can you just characterize these? Are young people ready to go to business, or they feel lost? Yeah, lost in this process. So how do you find tools to motivate them to become autonomous and move to business, open their own businesses, run their businesses, or to learn something new? So please, thank you. Honestly, if we do talk about Entrepreneurial University, the project that we started in 2020 with USAID CP, first and foremost, in the basis of that all is, and my personal vision, is that for us to prepare young people, to train young people, students, for them to become competitive, actually competitive in the future market, what do we need to do for it. Focus on those skills which in nearest future will potentially not change and transform, will not lose its relevance. So for me, not the entrepreneurship per se, entrepreneurial thinking and set of entrepreneurial skills, this is something that can secure, let's say, a young specialist or expert in the market, in labor market, in the nearest future. So we launched the project, and definitely with our latest calculations, 120 universities, not even 80, all around Ukraine where this course is integrated. But speaking of trends, if we take trends, starting from the beginning of pandemic and then the war, and that whole thing led to quite a negative trend in terms of engagement, students' engagement. And let's say it's not so easy to engage them for us, meaning the teachers, the universities, for them it's hard as well because it's integrated in the university's formal curriculum. Innovative entrepreneurship and startup management integrated in the curriculum, that's what I mean. So honestly, 70,000 students within 3 years were trained in this course, but we observe since the full-scale invasion started, we've been observing this one definitely. Situation is complicated. Someone relocated, someone left the country, someone has other priorities and thoughts, and it's hard to motivate. And not only us who know that, we talk to universities and teachers and other colleagues in the educational area. Young people are quite passive now to be engaged to such initiatives. And this is one of the key trends, negative trends, I can say. But still, what I evaluate what is positive, the universities are coming back to offline format in 2023, so we can push it forward like as it was in 2020 despite the pandemic. And this initiative was our response to pandemic because everything moved to online. We had somehow to continue working, and then it was really active. The first semester of the initiative showed like huge activity of students, a lot of positive feedbacks we had. Within the first semester, we got 7,000 of positive feedbacks for that major. So yeah, and then this downfall started. So universities coming back to offline, this will push us to positive trend to motivate people because now we had this conversation. If we, after the start of pandemic, if we take a look more than 3 years ago, students who are now at have their fourth year, many of them tell that they don't know who their group mates are. They are studying online all this time and they just go to online sessions without cameras on. That's a very formal thing just to put a tick. And this is a lousy trend, when it comes to socialization and for their soft skills. It's not something with hard skills, I'm not mentioning this, but for soft skills, which are really important at labor market, it's a big step back. If we take European universities, let's say, and the difference in quality of the skill obtaining, I'd say, and between Ukrainian and European, the difference is huge now when it comes to obtaining. And we have somehow to make it for our students and our graduates to be able to find their place under the labor market sun, let's go. Entrepreneurial skills, it's one of those obligatory components that we have to work on. It's something you need to be effective, to find who you are, to know who you are, and to be effective anywhere. So what we observe, and I think that all can see it, we observe how labor market is responding, and we have a couple of WorkUA. WorkUA is one of the biggest services, I'd say. Excuse me, services that responds to that problem. We can see that official level, the level of official wage, it will be doubled next year. So we have the response of the market as well to this, that employers simply cannot find staff. Therefore, they start stimulating with higher wages. That's what they do. The question, how do you think, is this enough? Is this a watershed moment? Will this allow employers to find whom they need? Because if we trust WorkUA data, the number of vacancies, the number of candidates is more or less reaching the 2022 level, the February 22 level. So it's becoming more even with the quality, but with the quantity, but with the quality, it's still a question. So is it enough with this financial stimulation, just giving you more money, and that's like, or is it a life-saving trend? Is it a life-saving strategy? How do you think? With an example of specific industries and sectors with the support of USAID CEP, we're actively working with the textile industry, for example, producers of clothes and accessories and fabrics. In May 2022, there was a request made by the program and a survey. It showed that an industry had more than 10,000 vacancies for tailors in various parts of the country. This is just something that we managed to evaluate quickly. I think this number is higher. On December 1st and 2nd, there was a big sectoral event for textile industry, and colleagues still say that the key challenge for the industry development is the lack of seamstresses, tailors, operators of relevant equipment, because there's a lot of demand inside the country. There's a lot of demand for export, but no one can actually produce, the product. So what we offer to colleagues, what we are doing together with USAID CEP, a couple of areas. First, we train the enterprises, including textile enterprises. We train them, we teach them to have a different vision when it comes to their processes, simplify, making it lean. For one product to be made not by one person from A to Z, but to split it into operations, increase the productivity, standardize. Also, enterprises get better economic effect, because with the same number of people, with the same equipment, they make more. Okay? Another thing is they can engage people to their work without this huge experience in, let's say, textile industry. Those people who actually came for certain operations, they check the standards, they have some basic training delivered, and let's say, they don't have the same productivity as experienced people, but they actually do the job. On the other hand, the demand that companies do have, especially companies, the mid-size and big business, they're doing great. They're great guys, because they see that this problem is not vanishing and will not vanish in a year, in a 2, in 5 years. And even now, they already launch in their enterprises. They launch these classrooms. They establish classrooms with equipment, with their trainers, to train people who've never been doing that. People who had no huge experience in fashion. Someone is doing this in 3-week format, 3 months. For someone like a weekend format, evening time. Someone is paying for it. Someone is training, let's say, taking from employment centers. They get a share of the compensation. And that is how they engage and motivate people to work at those enterprises. So I think that this is definitely, well, at least for those companies, this will be a huge help for them to cover the deficit of staff, maybe partially, because they're doing it systemically. Another important aspect that I think is that should be considered by the owners, popularize your industries. If you do see that you give a super competitive wage, you're entering WorkUA website and your blue collar profession is really highly competitive, talk about it. Unite with our colleagues. Get collabs in your business associations and sectors. Just popularize for people to go to you, to work in your industry, to go and get those professions. Because from our cases, this is of huge importance for people actually to have an understanding that truly, well, I always praise Ukrainian business because our work conditions and when it comes to OSH, when it comes to comfort, yeah, everything is improving and business invests in that. Owners understand without proper conditions, decent conditions, people will not stay because they, no matter how often you invite them, how hard. So, if these industries like textile industry, okay, and the fashion industry, if these industries speak about the opportunities they give to people entering their companies, this will stimulate people to respond, to take it seriously, to be retrained, yeah, and stay in the company. Definitely, IT people are doing good thing, and IT clusters, they've processed a lot. They're popularizing their IT professions all the time. They've been doing this, and those industries with staff deficits and those who can give competitive wages, they can take the cases. Everything that IT Association is doing, IT clusters, sectoral unions, and use it as a training case and use it for your companies. We have now the best results in those companies which have long-term planning for their sales, and they understand which products in which volumes and which periods are there. So they are continuously taking people for retraining, and they are employing those people all the time, and they have the lowest staff turnover. Yeah, they have a lot of people who are retrained and stay. Okay, thank you so much. Taras, let's go back to young people, all right? So we have this opinion circulating that there are so many young people who have recently graduated. Many graduates there are, and let's say they didn't find a job with the major they've been trying to get within 5 years, like lawyers, economists, whatever. So how do you think, Andriy? Is it possible somehow to stimulate these young people to get, let's say, a blue-collar profession quite fast, find a job in like 3-6 months, already start working and providing for oneself? So, you, from your experience, this is the first part of the question, and for how long are you tracking the program participants? Yeah, what is the conversion like? Who is trying to run a business? Who's trying? How it actually correlates with the education, with the degree that they have? Does it correlate actually? So for the first part of the question, yeah, it's possible, and IT is showing that very well. Like what we've mentioned with the IT sector, definitely it's possible. We can see how many switchers in IT from other professions and young people. And this is truly, it's something that we do have, because many graduates who actually get some degrees, they just move to other sectors. They even are not able to use the degree and the skills. Some professions become less popular even. It's a trend. Like if you take a university, especially our universities now, quite hard it is to imagine that a university is capable to dynamically adapt to the labor market shifts and change the curriculum. Still, they are far behind the trends, universities, when it comes to relevance. So students who are still in universities, when they graduate, they will never use their knowledge and degrees. No, it's still something that we have. It's not hard to do, to shift, because students, young specialists, the graduates, they can flexibly change their hard skills. They can readapt. But again, I'll come back to soft skills still. The soft skills must be integrated in school, starting from school, and then in university. And this is something where we have the bottleneck. Soft skills is a big gap for young people now. And this is the most demanded thing by the global employers. Even if we take the top rating of skills that employers want to get from young people: analytical thinking, critical thinking, teamwork. By the way, in top 10, we also now have the tech literacy and digital literacy. Yeah, so all these soft skills after graduating in Ukraine, let's say it's not something you can often see at a proper level. And retraining, when we speak of hard skills, it's not that difficult, by the way. Yeah, I just want to add that our vision and what we do recommend to business owners and HR teams, please go to universities, to the first year people, the freshmen. They only start their sessions, they have the offline training. Okay, with these guys and girls, I don't know, even in vocational schools, whatever, they start their training. Go to them, and from the very first year, show the companies, introduce the companies, tell about your expectations, what you want them to be, to later be engaged in your activities. Our cases that we're giving, companies come to the freshmen, introducing themselves, their capacities, their conditions, their requirements, their rewards. They're showing which skills and what knowledge they need. And people may later pick another profession, not the one they get their degree, but in university, but they already start thinking about how to be integrated in business. Activity of HR teams and directors, general directors who are investing their time and resources in that and their attention, it's of crucial importance for later when it's already fourth or fifth year to grab those people to be employed, but many of them start working since second and third year. It wasn't there before, yeah? Previously, business said like, okay, after year 3, I'll just see. The 4th year, I'll pick the best. No, now it's not working. We just have an understanding that those people will be in a specific university, in a specific region, and it's highly likely they will stay there. Employers must catch them while they're still flying, let's say. And this is the case of local interaction, of local business associations, local employers, and local universities. Yeah, this is the synergy.
That was the second part of the question about how we track that, and also about conversion. And this is where conversion for people who run their businesses or who create a startup, it's pretty small, and we try to track it. And I understand when I train a student, give them like a basic entrepreneurship course, I can't really count on him creating a startup on the first year. So our job is to make people interested, to motivate them, to give them some basic training and inspiration. But then what happens then is a whole different story. And I discovered for myself, like we study different models from European universities, and recently we had a study visit to Aalto University, like one of the most developed ecosystems around the world. And when we had a conversation with colleagues, I just realized that the primary result for such young entrepreneurs is their interest and motivation in entrepreneurship. After they realize they can't create their own businesses, like they have the initial motivation, and then they realize they can't create a business, they create a startup right away, but they still have that interest and they don't know what to do. There's a certain gap or vacuum in their minds, and they don't know how to make it better. So we understand that pattern, and then next year, apart from the basic set of services in our university, we'll create a community for those students that completed the training, to motivate them, to keep them interested, to help them use try and error process, and finally they can create their own businesses after 2 or 3 years. Because if you just let them go, they will lose the interest. So it's some sort of a mentorship program. Maybe you can combine it with their area of interest, and maybe you can offer them something that really works, and they can have a possibility to get some hands-on experience and see how it looks like. And young people, they often have higher expectations and higher self-confidence, but they have a lack of understanding, a lack of experience. They don't know how it really looks like. And while you don't have that experience, while it's not working, you basically, all you have is just an idea. So that's a bit of philosophical questions, but I wanted to get back to this question. And Taras, you can provide more comments to this one. I was negatively impressed by that statistics about 36% of economically active women, and I think the thing here is a lack of systematic support for childcare, and that's the main reason. And they ask questions like, where should I go? I have kids, I have my household to take care of. And in this industry, well, women are prevailing. So what kind of stimulus do you create to motivate them and attract them? Like we have a support for childcare, like you can work for 4 hours and we'll just train you. Do you have incentives like that? Okay, thank you. Well, after the full-scale invasion, HR director and general director, they discussed this trend. So they're training women male specialities, and that's what they do in lots of companies. And they just start with simplifying operations and working conditions. If it's like metal processing, like physical environment, you can basically simplify it, and you can get together with your team and make sure that everyone can do these operations independent of their weight or strength. And like female operators, female welders, it's a new reality, and they get sometimes they get a higher salary because they want to take care about their kids that go to school, they go to kindergarten. So the trend is there. It's not going to go anywhere. And I think company owners, employers, they need to accept that. They need to invest into that. They need to change their job descriptions. They need to change their processes. And as far as that industry is concerned, lots of women left the country, and because of the domestic migration between oblasts, just because like huge clothing production centers suffered and they were damaged. Like lots of them, they relocated to Poltava Oblast and Central Oblast. The situation is we have a lack of people here, and the further you go to the west, the larger salaries they get. In Lviv, they receive 33 to 35,000 hryvnias. And tailor ladies, they get as high as that. And sometimes it's almost as high as at neighboring countries in the EU. So it motivates people to stay in Ukraine. And it motivates them to be retrained and enter that industry. And also people who lost their jobs, they are motivated to get further training because that's the sort of reward that they want for their families, to take care of their families. So I definitely believe that women will develop Ukrainian economy. Women always did that. We just need to create all conditions for that, to make sure it's comfortable for them, it's easier for them. And those initiatives that we're running with USA, they are focused on specifically that, and we do support that. And when we talk about messages, the right campaigns for women who are not economically active, women who are unemployed, to help them enter these man-dominated professions, like heavy machinery operators. We did some brainstorming with our colleagues, and it resonated to us when one of our colleagues sent us a photo. In London, they have this woman bridge, and this bridge was built in London after World War II by women. They did it themselves, like this is a welded bridge, metal welded bridge. And more than that, we will have a separate panel with women, and there are businesses where men were drafted and they were replaced by women eventually. So I think that's the future, and I think there is a good chance to resolve that deficit, deformalize training, because there are lots of different professions. They need certificates, they need standards and other requirements. They have other requirements. So we have a lot to work on here. But on the other hand, based on Open Data Bot statistics, 56% of new entrepreneurs, actually record-breaking number of them were registered in October. I have actually an explanation for that phenomenon, but we're not going to talk about that. So 450,000 entrepreneurs were registered by entrepreneurs. So these people, and especially women, they want to become entrepreneurs, and they want to start their own businesses, and that means that they're more adaptive right now. Maybe you know something else, maybe you know more than I do. Can you reflect on that? I think there are different trends behind this, but that's a good thing. And I can just reinforce that trend and say that, for example, last week we had Ukrainian Startup Awards run by different companies, including the Ukrainian Startup Fund, and ASLab was founded by a lady, and that was a startup of the year. So the trend is there. And I don't have any specific explanation of that phenomenon. I can just say that you can see that's happening. And there are many grant programs that are focused on female entrepreneurs, and they help women, they attract women, they motivate them to start their businesses. And speaking about students and speaking about our programs, from what I observe, if we select people for programs, not ready startups, but just people that we want to train to be entrepreneurs. The statistics is 60% of women, 40% of men. Speaking about startups, the statistics is different, like there are less women. And those, so yeah, it's like 40-60, but it's the other way around. But if you look at the number of people who apply for these trainings, there are more women. Well, I don't want to diminish Ukrainian leadership. Don't get me wrong. Women really take responsibility and they're pretty active. But at the same time, there are lots of family businesses. And women understand that their husbands can be drafted, so they register their businesses, and women always use their names or use their credentials to register the company. And it's also related to the fact that lots of family businesses, and actually small and micro businesses, there are lots of family businesses there. Just a small family bakery, small family restaurant, smaller local projects that are being created, and that's a good thing. I think that just let them grow, and we just want more export-oriented enterprises, and they need to enter international markets, and they need to go global. Thank you. And finally, I would like to say that we're happy with the fact that among existing partners, business partners, and potential partners that we are connecting with, we can see that lots of them come out with these similar initiatives. And in terms of attracting more women, retraining women, they want to do that. They want to manage that. So that's a good thing, and it gives a hope that we can implement these projects together, and we can also resolve the human resource issue. We can help them develop. We can attract all sorts of young people, men and women, to be more economically active. And in turn, it will also motivate people who are outside of Ukraine. Maybe they will see there is an opportunity to start a business or find a job and have a decent life back in their country, in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Andriy, Taras are saying thanks a lot, guys. Thank you for this conversation, and you can stay here. And to those who are online, I would like to say that we will be back in 15 minutes. And to those people who are here in the room, I would like to invite you for a small group photo. Then we have a small coffee break, and then we will continue because there are lots of different topics to discuss. So please come up here.
So, friends, we're about to continue the flow. I'd like to ask the participants of the next panel discussion the topic adaptation of business, dealing with the ongoing crisis. Anna Shevtsev, Stray Auto LLC CEO. Anna, greetings. Anton Nazarko, CEO, NGO Some People. Hi, Anton. Ivan Frolov, founder and creative director of Frolov brand. Yaroslav Lysak, CEO of Never Dark. And it's going to be moderated now by Anna Gladstein, International Trade and European Integration Team Lead, USAID CEP. Anna, it's yours. Okay. The same program there, USAID CEP. Yeah, please. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. And truly, the program is supporting business and trying with all possible ways to provide support with relocation, with searching the entrances to new markets. The new panel, this panel is so great because all the participants, all the panelists are representatives of various areas. Absolutely various businesses are here. But what joins them? What is common? They're resilient. They're here. All the partners and friends are here. And I would love to start the discussion with a question. What inspires you, okay, to be here now in this hall? And I want to ask you, Ivan. I found a quote that in the darkness that we live in, you have to look for opportunities to be proud of something, yeah? To become proud of. So what are you proud of now with your business? And how do you adapt? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the question. I truly am representing today the company, always balancing between business and creative component. We're trying to balance this and mix it. An interesting question. I don't remember where the quote was taken from. Maybe the previous conference on this hall. Who knows? Yeah. In internet, you may find anything. I'm the most proud of my team today. Because this is a true achievement. I'm so lucky, because we've managed to retain almost all the team, and new jobs were created in Ukraine with our help. So this is truly inspiring. And today, this is it gives an understanding, like why are we still working? For the sake of what and where are we going? Also, all the achievements of the brand. In these maybe the hardest years in Ukrainian history, all these achievements were motivating us since like the very first day of full-scale war. We've been highly motivated. Well, I started with a team because the first weeks after Russia invaded us, my team returned to the production fully. They started volunteering and helping other volunteers, everything people asked, of course. We are the production which was not, let's say, fully adapted to certain types of fabrics or materials, because we make like corsets, evening gowns, for official events, and we have the thinnest needles, which are not suitable for military pixel, but we adapted. Volunteers asked us with small batches. We started making it. This various things that military do need, something that if the brigade goes and if they lack something, the NATO sample we got, and they asked us to do this. So, and we understood that we can be really useful. For us, this production was a stage in life, and we really expected that in 2022 the COVID is going to be totally over and like we'll go back to retail. We planned that, like something usual for fashion business, and we understood that we had to increase the scale of production. So in 2022, in January, we launched new production, a big production that was launched, and we realized that we needed to do something more. So we initiated a charity project. At that time, nobody could even like imagine that we would continue making evening gowns and corsets and all that stuff, because, and even now, this is a big psychological challenge for us when we have missiles and shelling, and every second someone is dying in the front line, and we are putting crystals on silk, you know? So we initiated our charity project, and it's a big answer for question, yeah. Okay, so we initiated our charity project, and I'm proud of it as well, because again, this was something that we really aspired to do. We want to be more useful, wanted to collect more money, and I realized that we have this embroidery experts, you know. Embroidery has always been the DNA of the country, just losing people or losing the craftsmen. This is something that they have to upgrade their skills, you know, all the time. They have to keep up with the quality. So we initiated the project. The sweatshirts and t-shirts with our logos in blue and yellow with handmade embroidery. That's how we managed to support the handmade embroidery craftsmen all around Ukraine, because we had a certain call announced for people, actually those who are eligible, who meet the criteria. We invited many people around Ukraine who were doing it for us. And this project, well, we first started to help the Foundation of Masha Efrosinian to collect 1 million hryvnias. We collected the million. Then the second million for Pritula's fund, and the Nest program to restore housing next to Kiev. And also, this symbol became the symbol of the national TV marathon, and then it became a symbol of Ukrainian hearts at Eurovision selection stage, then at Eurovision itself, I mean the contest. And now the symbol is already in collaborations with other brands, you know, with Sova jewelry brand. And we presented those hearts, collected more than 3 million hryvnias for hospitaliers, supporting, providing support to paramedics, saving lives at the front line. And yeah, so this is another project that seemed to be like, it emerged in darkness, in total darkness, but it became really a motivating thing for us and gave us a chance to launch this production cycle when we realized that this is not about business at that moment. This is for our work and skills and what we are best in, making clothes, working with fabrics, to even generate some benefits in this situation. When you realize that you have strength, that you have a team that is functioning, it gave us a chance to go back to our, let's say, routine business. And for me, it's really important not to try. We didn't try to manipulate with this word topic. The charity flow, it's a separate website, a separate story. Frolov brand hasn't changed since the full-scale invasion started. We saved the DNA, and now we continue with what we do the best, making dresses and gowns. And we are more active in media environment. For celebrities, we make the outfits, Ukrainian celebrities, and work with the global media. So by changing the strategy, the PR strategy is still bringing the message that war is not over. And we really need the support of this whole civilized world, of course. So this is unbelievable that we have such a team that is united. Anton, I want to ask you, Sneaker Made network emerged in 2016. And this is not just about providing services, it's about more. It's how you merge the team. And unfortunately, you're from Kharkiv. I know that your production was hit by a missile, your spot. So tell me, how did your life change after February 24th, and how did it affect your business? So good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to tell of what Some People is. It's a formation handling a couple of projects in creative industries, sneaker, dry cleaning network, Sneaker Mate, and clothes brand already. Also the alliance that we launched with Sweep, streetwear brands, Ukrainian brands, I mean. A couple of media we have also, and yeah. Sneaker dry cleaning network in Kharkiv, Kyiv, Lviv already, and Odessa. And but of course our HQ, let's say, was in Kharkiv, and in 2022, well, I think each of you saw the video where volunteers were hit by a missile. The volunteer was streamed telling and reporting about the support. My partner suffered from it. It was the backyard of our hub that we haven't had in the center of the city of Sneaker Mate. And they wanted to hit the city council 300 meters away from it, the hub was, but they hit us, the hub, I mean, instead of the city council. Well, fortunately, everyone's alive, and part of the team stayed in Kharkiv, and they helped the city and volunteers HQ, because we've been working a lot in the city before the war. People had trust to us. There was a certain level of trust to us. And we transformed it very quickly in volunteers initiatives. I was posting the stories that we need a car to deliver food, and next day, you know, some strangers, people we never knew, they just gave the keys from their cars. I don't even know who these people are. I've never seen them before, so next day we had 10 cars, and I just put the story saying, okay, we need a warehouse for volunteers delivery, and then we have 4 warehouses merging. So very fast, our business activity and cultural activity was transformed in volunteer support. But it's clear that the main capital of the formation is, first of all, people. People are the key asset, okay? And in a month, I realized that we definitely need to do something for us to continue with business activity, for us to function, actually, for those people we employ, for them actually to provide for themselves to live. So when we relocated part of the team, those people with kids, to Lviv, we instantly opened a new spot, but it was not more about our business, at this moment, but business for many other Kharkiv businesses which were relocated to Lviv specifically. And I've seen many people from creative industries that they changed their position as well, but they had no they couldn't concentrate and focus to continue. They were very confused and lost, There was no entry point, one single entry point to rethink what they needed to do next. We became the physical offline spot in Lviv, the place that actually united so many relocated businesses and gave them a push, maybe. We opened it first, and then we were supported by you, and for us to support other businesses from creative industry, I don't know, clothes brands, branding bureaus, whatever. And and we still continue working in Lviv, but we feel that we need to help our city, of course, our native city. In 2023, we started building a big culture center in Kharkiv, this place. A two-story plant, let's say. It used to be a plant of refrigerators. These were produced there, and this will be a place like all about culture for creative industries. The examples I can give you from Ukraine, like from Prilad, but it will be more about culture and then the creative economy. Even the shape of the building is similar, you know. It's already fourth month of construction process. We'll have the multi-genre platform, like a spot for concerts, for theater performances, art co-working, art accelerator, and I really want to bring economy integrated into art and culture. Art and culture always was something not income generating, but in the whole world, art and culture is something which itself is a business as well, and we really want to make our culture a little bit more business. So for us to learn how to monetize things we're doing, and to teach others, of course, to do that within this project, big project. And of course, if we talk about money and economy, it's really great to go to those settlements which are not far from the front line or the occupied settlements, because with our energy, we're entering with our energy, with our activity, we use that to help them to live, actually. And every new coffee shop, any new horeca spot, any new production, it's not just stimulating the economy of the settlement, but it also affects the mental health, let's say, of the whole community. If something opens, like in Kharkiv, 100 kilometers, and we have the front line, but we're building something. And it affects the city itself and affects the mental state of people. And when you ask people to return, like, let's build something, it's important for locals living there. It's so important for our warriors, because they're next to the city. They visit the city when there's a weekend, and they can see that people are there. They can see something they fight for, actually. They can see that we all are doing something for it. And in such settlements, in such cities, if you talk about business, if you talk about money, in such places now, there are big opportunities still. It may sound weird, but many businessmen left. In places like Kharkiv, still we have 1 million of inhabitants, more than in any other Ukrainian city apart from Kyiv. Okay, it's still the second biggest city in Ukraine when it comes to number of inhabitants, and it has huge opportunities. All the businesses that are staying there, those who did not relocate, those businesses feel okay there. So these businesses opening something there quite fast. They expand even, you know. So I really call upon you all. Okay, it's a call for you. Please, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, look closer. Be the first. Be the pioneers.
Well, first you're helping the city develop. You're helping your country. You make something meaningful. You don't just make money. And again, there are many opportunities in these cities. That's what we do now. Thank you. Actually, such geographical relocation and relocation business people getting back to Kharkiv means that people have some sort of understanding where to go. And Lviv became the city uh, that became a shelter for many people, and also the place where I can look for partners. And that's the point of your campaign. You provide jobs to IDPs, and tell me more about that platform. How do you work, and how did you adapt to the situation, and how do you find opportunities to collaborate? Our production is on the market for 25 years, and the only driver for us is people that we work with. We've always understood that we're responsible, and not just for business, not just for making new products, Ukrainian products. We cared for people that work for us, because whole families work for us. And after the full-scale invasion, other companies communicated, reached us, companies that suffered from the war, and we did our best to help people, and they found new strength in us to make new products. And for these companies were making new products. We didn't stop our production in other places. We continue to work. I will just make a brief introduction to our company. We create passenger seats for passenger transport. We have we create contents, and also we produce buses. We produce some medical supplies and equipment like beds, and also school furniture. So it's like different products, but it's not just we want to fill all available niches, but there are moments in life where you have to do something just to move on, not being stuck where you are. And we had moments where our products would not sell very well. What to do if it happens? Having people, having technology, we could readjust our production and restructure it, upgrade our equipment, and produce a new product. Now we're trained to use new technologies, and thanks to grant support, now we have that support that we never experienced for the last 20 years, and now we can count on our own power, our own capacity. We have always understood that we have to invest into high technology machinery and develop new technology. And the only thing we lacked is funds. So we had to choose between paying 100% salary, restructuring of jobs, and the restructuring of units, and buying new equipment. So grants provided us with new ideas. You don't have to be stressed every day. You can just purchase more high-tech equipment, which will help make your product high quality. You can be more self-confident. You don't have to think that tomorrow in Europe you will lose your niche because your products are not good enough. In terms of quality and demand, now we have more confidence. We can export our products because they are demanded on European markets. Today we're the only company that designed a truck electrical truck. It's not that we wanted to outrun someone in Europe or China. Well, now anyone can produce electric trucks. You can just buy parts in China, you can assemble it here. We wanted to make sure that 80% of companies that produce such trucks, they are Ukrainian companies. We wanted to help them cooperate. We didn't want to be the only ones. We wanted to help other enterprises and production companies that probably lost a lot of things, and we wanted to expand their capacity so that they can help us. For example, we've always bought fabric for our seats abroad. We always imported that. But then we ask ourselves a question: why do our companies from Kharkiv, from other cities, why don't they produce that for us? And we fed them this idea, and they developed, they increased their capacity, they purchased new equipment, they increased their productivity, and they started paying more taxes. And they opened new jobs. They open new lines, production lines. So it's not just about us. It's also about our partners. Without them, we are nothing. For example, we manufacture buses connecting cities and regions. We know that private sector is suffering. They can't purchase expensive vehicles. They can't buy buses with new chassis. They just say, you can use used chassis, and this will be more affordable. So can we say no to these clients? Well, it's not just about clients. It's about helping them so that they can produce their products, so that they can provide transportation services and pay taxes, open jobs. This is what it's all about. Right now, we can't produce buses on used chassis because of legislation. So we're just using recycling methodology. We always care for environment. These chassis, used chassis, they need to be reused again and recycled. This is why we use recycled models to produce buses based on used chassis. This gives transportation companies the ability to purchase cheaper buses. And it's still possible. For example, a Mercedes chassis. Well, they have 150 miles of mileage, and we just breathe new life into that product, and we're helping businesses to tackle new problems. For example, nowadays we have lots of public organizations, associations that include many business people, but they lose their profile and authority because they are fighting same problems every year. If there is some sort of an agency under the ministry, we could talk about their problems. We can participate in these solutions, and we can help them survive. We can help them create something new and enter new markets. For example, what these new grants and zero interest rate credits provide. It's also about advertising. other employers, they come and they get more information about our entrepreneurs, and they tell about them to others. War is always a challenge, but the ultimate question is, are we going to stop or are we going to go further? Our enterprise decided to move on, and we've consolidated lots of people who are on the same page, who also want to keep going, they want to keep creating stuff, they want to create products to make sure future generations can keep working. We are the new generation. Many students, many young people, they don't know where to go. Not all people will become IT guys. Not all people will leave the country. But then again, we need to bring these people back. What about new young people who want to create their businesses, who want to create their products, if they don't have enough funds for that? Where should they address? We don't have programs where you can develop your production with zero interest rates, launch new production lines. And they basically create garage cooperatives where they produce something they wanted to produce and sell on the market, but it doesn't give anything to the economy because they stay in the shadow. This is why we need to support young people, to help them create. And we as experienced businesses, we can support them. Thank you. Actually, that support is important, not just in the context of grant capabilities and donors. They can provide support. Yaroslava, I wanted to ask you, did you change your focus after 24th of February? As far as I know, before full-scale invasion, 50% of your export went to the EU. Did anything change, and how did you adjust to the situation? Yeah, hi everyone. Yes. Actually, a couple of months before this start of the invasion, we got European certificates, and that was part of our strategy. Because we moved towards the foreign markets. But as a coincidence, we got these certificates before the war, and right before the war started, 50% of our sales were exports. And when the full-scale invasion happened, we have realized that. I will just have a brief introduction. We create like real fireplaces without smoke. That's not a cheap product, and it's 4,000 euros average, and we realized that Ukrainians don't really need that product, but Ukraine needs export profit. So this is what we focused on. And we decided to refocus and switch to exports. And it was a success. We had some challenges, however. Because of the war, our partners experienced serious risks, so we had to provide some sort of insurance. And we did a couple of measures. First we relocated our production from Kiev to Chernivtsi to be on a safe side. This is a safer region, and they asked us questions like, we invest in your brand, we invest in your products, but what if a missile hits your production lines in your enterprise? So we relocated our production closer to the border to a safe region, and we shot some videos, and some partners did some field visits in the middle of the war, and they just came to see how our production looked like, and it was a success. Besides, we focus on communication with partners. We always we always keep in touch. For a long time, we didn't have a possibility to go outside of the country, and our female employees visited different exhibitions, and now we have permits for a lot of managers too. And it pushes business further, gives them a feeling of safety because they can listen to us and have face-to-face conversation, because face-to-face conversation is very important. And when they realize that we keep on working, when they saw that the products is still as good and we're increasing our production and there are no problems with banking system, they can transfer money, logistic works, and they relaxed. So it gave us a possibility to keep working. And thanks to that, well, we relocated to Chernivtsi in late March, and since then we've managed to increase our sales threefold, our production, and our team increased twice. When we started, we were just a startup company. And we still feel like a startup, maybe 20%, because there are 20 companies like that on the world market, and we're in top 3. And our ambition is to become a leader of the world market. And by the way, take a look at my sweatshot and the banner. That's the brand that we created. When the war started, we would always write "Made in Ukraine" in our products. First, we wanted to emphasize that, like, our products are made in Ukraine, because we realized that we do represent our country in Europe, and it really inspires us, and it makes us proud. But we felt that it's not enough. We wanted to create something powerful, so we worked with our branding agency, and we created this brand, "Made in Ukraine," no matter what. There are 3 senses encoded in that logo. Just figure out what these senses are. For some people it's quite evident, for some people not. And when they saw that, they could relate. It resonated with themselves, with them, and we liked it. They saw. They can't even imagine that. When we talk to them, they say, "We can't even imagine how you guys work, how you just keep on working." And they're also proud being our partners, and they say, "We're not sure if we could do the same." And we talk to people from the UK, from the Netherlands, and they say, we're not sure we would do the same. And we could. And it inspires me a lot. When you ask me a question first, like, what inspires you? And I just sat here and I was thinking, when I visit events like that, and when I see cool people like that, entrepreneurs, and I hear success stories, and it inspires me a lot.
Because these are people who work in the most complicated conditions. They work even better. They do it better than they did it before. And I'm pretty sure that these people will become the foundation of the peaceful economy, the post-war economy. And this inspires me the most because now we are setting the foundation, and with considering the situation we are in, we still can get those opportunities. We can get it that Ukraine never had ever. So now we are establishing the foundation for future Ukraine. It inspires me, and I really have faith, a strong faith, and I do want us all to continue this. Merging, helping each other, exchanging experience, this is really possible because the state is about people, it's about us. Thank you so much. Truly wonderful motto, made in Ukraine, no matter what. Yeah, it's a super great motto. So despite all the challenges and obstructions that we have still in Ukraine here, yeah, everybody agrees that localized in Ukraine, the staff is here, all the ideas and creativity is here. Let's talk about future new economy of Ukraine. So what will it be, and what will be the contribution of your business in this economy? Let's start with you. Okay, let's start with me. New economy, I've told a lot about new products that will be there for us. One of the products, like what we heard, that we need to have the trolleybuses, the trams. We need more vehicles, and Turkish companies will help us with that. So they'll bring these types of vehicles to us. So nothing against, but one thing. We also have many producers. We also have many enterprises. If 70% of accessories and spare parts were taken from Ukrainian companies, yeah, that would be a big plus, not only for us. That would be a big plus for the state in general, just paying the taxes, creating new jobs, replacing the important products. A Ukrainian product, we can be proud of it. It's a decent product, high quality, to show it elsewhere in Europe. Quite often we go to international fairs, Innotrans, for example, and at these places we always see those companies, even not from the transport industry, like what is the level of quality of their products. It's always great to take their practices and experiences, maybe take something we can implement here. We've always been there, and we've always noticed these. Thanks to grant programs today, we have a chance to show ourselves, our product, showing that we are not worse and maybe even better. That our product is not worse than European products. We use the innovative technologies with the best equipment. We also have highly qualified employees. Speaking of future is not just about production, it's about the staff. Yes, we have problems with staff policy. Not just because so many men went to war and women left. Some people are still not retrained, or they're not even, let's say, able to perform some activity. It's not about this. It's not even about that. It's about young specialists. Employing a highly qualified... How can we employ a highly qualified specialist? For example, some disciplines are just taken away from the school curricula. If we want to have a technologist, okay, like sketch making, or the basics of engineering, something like this. Later they are trained in polytechnic institutes, but even there it's not at the proper level, that discipline. It's not delivered properly, and they do not provide the specific level for the staff. We can't just take people, employ them instantly. It's on our shoulders, on producers' shoulders, it depends on us if we can train the specific person we need. Today we have to take care independently. Like, we have to train the staff to get highly qualified employees with wages comparable to European. It's not a one-day question. It will not be solved overnight. It's not just for one enterprise. This should be it should be discussed in various places and at the highest level. We took the challenge. We managed to survive. We managed to retain the jobs that we still have. We managed even to improve the situation. We're moving forward. A lot of assistance is provided. Secondly, this assistance will only grow, in future. It's not only us who will go to these fairs and see what's new there, but we will introduce ourselves, Be highly organized. I can see our people as highly qualified professionals working elsewhere. Not just products replacing import, but something we'll be able to show off with, just for them to finally take our practices. This is my vision. Thank you, Anton. What is your vision of new economy and business contribution? I understand that it's an adapted business already. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm pretty sure that everything is going to be really, really good. Well, this is my I have no doubts about it. Just one case, I'll tell you. Last week, I told you that we merged 7 Ukrainian brands in one alliance, and together with you, we took those to Solbricks, one of the biggest shows. But the brand show has some rules, yeah. And based on the rules, you can't do these big joint stands. So when we were knocking at their doors, we wanted to say that we have 7 brands. They say you can't have one stand for it. Okay, come on. Okay, now we can do everything. Ukraine is absolutely entitled to do it now. It's the moment. So they say, send us the brands, we'll see. I sent the list, yeah, with accounts, Instagram accounts, and we make a call, and organizers of the show say, and there was a campaign launch on that day, and they say the campaign launch of that brand. When did you do that? And we say today. So because it was launched this month, people were releasing it. She says you have a war there, and yeah, and that's a truly great campaign, that I'm talking about. And at the top level, and he says, "Whoa, you have the war ongoing in the country." And I say, all these brands make their collections now when the war is still there. And about the economy, a future Ukraine, I'm pretty sure that we can see that now. Big Ukrainian companies are entering Europe already, invading Europe, just opening the door with their legs, instantly. Nova Poshta, Monobank is not licensed because they realize that we will so faster than Vikings invaded the British Islands, by the way. Yeah, we will assimilate the market very fast. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that everything's going to be A, good, B, that's going to be export-oriented economy, for sure. And again, I want to stress on this. Ukrainian business has to be not just about the business as it is, but it's about introducing ourselves, how we introduce ourselves globally. Ukrainian business has even to think where it's still a blank space for it. Where can we invade again? Where can we become viral? We want a big state, okay? But our leaders can't cover all the states at the same time, the whole globe. They are focused on the key states. Our culture has still not become viral for all the countries. The Ukrainian Institute simply has no resource for, making themselves viral. So the culture is still not invading the whole planet. the cool culture. Let us enter those states where we can see that our presence is still weak. Okay? In Europe, our presence is enormous, politically, culturally. Like, there are millions of us already there physically. Yeah, so there are so many of us. Our presence is enormous. Let's go with our businesses to Middle East, to Asia, I don't know, where we have to be. Solder bricks, yeah? Dubai. In Dubai, we have many of our, let's say, opponents, but so few of us, okay? We came to the festival, we had a conversation, and at the festival, 20,000 visitors, and they come to Ukrainian stand, a streetwear stand, and in English we tell them that Ukraine is not just about us defending ourselves. It's not just about the war. Ukraine is about future as well, and it's a so creative component, a streetwear. Look at the brands like we're showing off, and when Russians come to us and we use English when we talk to them, and we don't, after these speeches, they feel so ashamed to ask us in Russian because they understand that they don't have a single chance to use Russian when they talk to us. This is intentional agreement with all the brands. We did it intentionally, deliberately. We used only English when with the visitors, and we were pushing them to. That was an aggressive pressure, I know. Aggressive linguistic pressure. When we talk to other brands, when we talk to organizers, when we talk to with business representatives, countries, I said, okay, let's be aggressive. Let's enter aggressively. We want them to adapt to us as well. Let's make it a cultural expansion as well, okay? In our own way. Let's do it in our own way, yeah. Super great. Ivan, tell me this powerful promotion campaign that Anton is speaking of, and Frolov brand in general. I don't know which celebrities were wearing your stuff. Next year, I will wear that as well. Okay, that's so nice. So tell me about the new economy, the role of the brand in cultural diplomacy, but also about business as a synergy. I'm so glad that the previous question did not reach me, but I was thinking about it, and I just wanted to give a remark that I really would love in future for state finally to perceive fashion as business, because before the full-scale invasion, it was we stopped talking to a state at a very specific point that fashion is not business. And thanks to grants support, we actually showed during the war that in these conditions that fashion is a powerful business. It is. And if we take fashion industry and brands of other countries where they give super income to their states, I mean to state budgets, we have to aspire that. We have to aim there. Like long ago, I was talking to Irina Danilevska at Ukrainian Fashion Week, and I asked her a question like, when in Ukraine shall we have a brand of Chanel Yves Saint Laurent scale? She told me never. That was the answer. I was extremely disappointed and sad, but I realized that back then nobody back then knew what's going to happen, like those horrible events that we have today. So I think the situation makes us so much stronger. We can dream of everything. Any brand even can dream of becoming a sort of Chanel, or you have just to not act someday when something will be there. But yesterday or even today, like now when you breathe, because there can be no tomorrow for your business or for you as for a human being. I really want to believe that our brands will turn into big, serious fashion giants, which will compete fully not only in multi-brand shops, but in serious retail all around the globe and in fashion capitals and top sales spots, competing with world giants. And this will be made in Ukraine. Not only, of our Ukrainian brands, not just something made for them by us. We have to independently introduce ourselves there. When it comes to cultural mission and how we did it since the very first day, we've taken this clear position that we'll use all our peer resource to fuel this feeling that everything's fine and the war is over. Well, in the beginning it was, let's say, an aggressive policy, and within 2 first months I gave so many interviews in English. I've never did that before, it was like groundbreaking. Yeah. In our case, the most successful one is our cooperation with all the celebrities. You just have to understand when your dress is worn by Beyonce at the most expected performance that she gives at that moment, like you have a lot of attention from all the world media, like top media. They all want to get your comment. It's not just about the niche in fashion industry, like Vogue and whatever. It also tells that serious world media like Good Morning Great Britain or Daily Telegraph, these giants, New York Times, they all are looking at you like who you are. They want to know, like, who is giving address to Beyonce. So it's a celebrity's position. Their PR people did not erase any comment because we've always brought it to the media specific message. This is made in Ukraine by Ukrainians during the war, under the shelling, with active hostilities, sometimes without electricity, without heating, and etc. But we still continue making something that is competitive and something picked by opinion leaders in the world. Thank you, Yaroslav. You said about startup as your company, and basically it's ready. It's quite stable and resilient. What's going to happen next? What are the plans? What is the role? Honestly, we started as a startup. Now we are not a startup at all, and we sometimes put the startup's hat, because the market is innovative and the product as well. But in general, if you take the 2023 results, we are approaching to mid-sized business. So soon not even the small one. Yeah, so it happened during the war. Yeah, so we grew from startup to mid-sized business during the war, and thanks to relocation, I'm grateful to USAID CP. I'm extremely grateful for helping us to relocate. Thanks to you guys, we still grow, we still expand. We not only save the company, but we scale up. Yeah, like we create new jobs, and the income in foreign currency is there. So yeah, if we talk about future, now we already are at this point that every startup is dreaming of, when our production is far behind the sales. We even have a line out of dealers calling us. We have Polish company, market leader. In 10 years before us, they started working. They have huge dealers network and B2B, B2C, and they also started from it. Now their dealers come to us.
and they're so frustrated, and they starting these blatant wars with us, and they run this black PR campaigns. So because of that black PR campaigns, our brand becomes more famous. So we just use it to our advantage, and we see that they were scared, and it's not that difficult to catch up with them and even become a leader. The biggest challenge that we have right now is scaling of our production. We did some research, and all of the dealers that we have, we didn't look for them. They approached us, and we have a cool research data, a research that we did with Civita Consulting Company, and they like have top players in all Ukrainian European countries, and we didn't even start reaching them. First, we want to scale our production, and then we'll just run through these top players and start working with them. We've recently submitted an application for your grants for processing enterprises. Everybody says that it's actually a very powerful application, and we have a lot of chances, and that's great. And it'll give us a possibility to create a closed production cycle. We lack big metal processing machinery, and we depend pretty much on contractors in terms of quality and amounts, and that's a limitation. When we create a closed cycle, nothing's going to hold us back, and we've had a conversation with Taras, Smart People, about increasing efficiency of production processes through lean production initiatives. We're automating all of the business processes within the companies. We're launching ERP systems. So that's the plan. We have a development strategy for the next year, 3 years, and 5 years. And so far, we are moving on according to our strategy, and we're using all opportunities on the market available. And also we work with ICA, and also we work with 579 credits, and we use all sorts of grant opportunities. And that gives us the power to keep moving. Thanks a lot for the capabilities. Thank you very much to you all. Anton, Yaroslav, Ivan, well, after such panel, we can say with confidence that made in Ukraine, despite all, is the right message. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the discussion. After Ivana's words, I'd like to say that business is fashionable. That's a good logo to use. And we have a lunch break right now. And just to tell those who joined us online, we're back. We will be back at after 45. Hopefully, you're all refreshed, and let's have ourselves a round of applause. You don't have to do it for me, but I will appreciate it for the speakers. So, the next discussion is women-owned businesses. Ensure resilience of the economy. Daria Timoshenko, Chief Operation Officer and Head of Sales in Gunya Project. Oksana Cherepanish, founder of Gregory Textile. You can do more than that. Victoria Primolin, founder and CEO in Primoleto. Hanna Krisuka, president of Business Woman Club. Your applause. And it will be moderated by, actually, she approached me and said, like, let's write it right now. Irina Zelenina, co-founder of Ukrainian Export Alliance. Irina, the floor is yours. Is it working? Hello? Hello, everyone. I'm happy to see you. Actually, we have lots of discussions like that when we discuss the way we work, what we do, and you know the answers. I send you the list in advance, and let's take turns, girls. I want this to be as interactive as possible. So that's December 2023. We survived 2023, the 2022, and 2023 is almost over. So my question to you is, what happened, and can you compare it with the previous year? And I would like to give the floor to Hanna Krysiuk because she consolidated lots of women around herself. And please stick to the timing. I think when girls get together to have a conversation, well, all timings they fail, and we got used to that situation. And I guess this is when men, they just sit down and listen. And the key thing for Ukraine is creating jobs, and it's a great opportunities where women can talk about that, talk about opportunities and consolidate efforts. And for me personally, for us, this year is a transformation year, but in our Businesswoman Club, we're got used to the fact that women can do anything, and we can just have a positive mood. And I think women be one of the biggest drivers behind changing Ukraine, because I think women are quick in decision making, they're more responsible, and they're easy to deal with. This transformation, and well, for me personally, the war wages on for 10 years. Not for 2 years. And this turbulence requires from us to look for new opportunities, and it allows every participant of our club to change the format of the business, to be able to work online, to be trained and provide opportunities to switch professions. And this is why we talk a lot. This is why we are open, and we have lots of experts that retrained us to make sure that we retain jobs, we survive as businesses and transform, which allows us to support our armed forces to achieve victory. A lot has changed, including our approach and attitude toward work. And every participant, and we have girls that manage metal processing plants and businesses, finance and food industry, like all different businesses, all different industries. There is no single model. There is no one size fits all. And we decided to create a single platform together with the USAID competitive economy, and we've organized a women forum so that women can start their businesses or reformat their businesses, and we can share our experience together. And besides, we need to discuss different things like procedures, how to apply a grant, and we even managed to get support from USAID and competitive economy of Ukraine program. We were able to run 6 forums, and we have so much energy it just can take us to space. That's just my feeling, and it's very important not to stop. And what our club members say, 87 of them, owners of medium and small, larger businesses, we need to exchange experience about legislation because legislation is changing so fast. We're still on the way from our mission, and now it's again you just have to sit down and train. So we want businesses, we want education, we support exchange of experience, and we need to look for new opportunities to export goods outside of Ukraine and creating jobs for Ukrainians. My own insight is 2022 started from humanitarian work, and this is something that gave me personally to opportunity to stay sane. But economy is something that you have to move forward. This is why humanitarian work is still there. But since mid 2022, we started to develop ourselves and other companies. And well, yet Daria, it's the same for you. So what happened on your side? Hello, everyone. A lot has happened, and I think our experience, it looks like every other company's experience, because now we are hardened with crisis and challenges, but this is something that we never experienced before. 2022 was a year of balancing. Now, with the situation that was unstable, and you had to make decisions while not being too confident, and we create ceramic products, and one of our suppliers was in Donetsk Oblast, and they're still there, so they had to shut down production because of hostilities, because the front line was not far, and the question was, how do we get materials? Should we buy from them? And the situation was, we weren't confident if we really need that, if we can still work with them. Should we relocate or not? Should we hire more people or not? Or should we just shut down and go home in a month? So 2022 was the year of balancing. It was very emotionally unstable, and we had difficulties in our team because it wasn't easy to motivate people towards success when their relatives stayed in occupied Kherson or they went abroad. Now, I think all businesses had a similar situation, and we just tried to balance between bad and worse. 2023 was totally different, and I think we have managed to stay afloat after the full-scale invasion in February last year, and we have dedicated 2023 to building our processes.
Helping the front line and with a wish to save people who are still here and still working and still live here, staying here. and save the country. We're actively developing, we were working, we were expanding business processes. We almost doubled the staff. Yeah, we managed. We integrated ERP system. We strengthened our production a lot, and we engaged more and more specialists. And yeah, this was one, I guess, one of the most interesting years, one of the most vibrant ones for our company, because a lot of things we managed, to do, a lot of things we achieved thanks to support of USAID. In 2023, for the first time, we've been to a big international show in Frankfurt. They launch it twice a year, and retailers from all around the world go to that show and in a collective stand. Thank you, USAID, for this opportunity. Our products are introduced right now in Switzerland, Globus Group shops, 11 department stores. Yeah. At the level of La Rinascente in Milan or Paris. So our global partners write it to us, and they are so proud that our products are introduced in this wonderful place, and it's just a great characteristics. For us, it shows that Ukrainian products is highly competitive, and it's interesting for the world, and it's important to show it to the world, and we're grateful to USAID. Thank you for helping us with that always. And this year has been active, interesting, vibrant, productive. I do really hope that 2024 is gonna be the same, at least. Okay. Thank you. Ukrainian business is resilient. You have great results. You have super great results. And that show is like, whoa, yeah, it's cool. So it's important to search for help and find help and to know how to use it. We'll talk about it. But Oksana, now I go to you. How's your business? How's it been going? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, business. We have 3 areas of activity actually in our business. Apart from Gregory Textile that you introduced together with business partner Stanislav, we also have 2 other areas: professional kitchens in schools, kindergartens in Horeca sector. We also have export-oriented. We produce these plant-based drinking accessories. Gregory Textile was the most active one. So making various types of uniforms, medical uniforms, and corporate clothes and uniforms. We were making the sleeping bags because that was the beginning of war. And we actually we wanted to keep and retain the jobs. We all were so confused. We didn't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So now what we realize that our big advantage, competitive advantage, is that we managed to keep the team. Before the war, we had 37 people, now more than 130. This is our big resource, huge resource in human capital. The people, we simply can't do anything. And many of our competitors have people, they lost people. They can't even put them back together like the coolest specialists even to re-engage them. We wanted to give jobs to IDPs, of course. More than 20. We have social package to be provided for these people to provide for themselves. And while relocated for people, it's really hard to adapt to new places. This year, definitely, it's about new opportunities against challenges. And it's not easy to work in this turbulent time. When the war started, the second week, I remember girls from USAID asked, how can we help you? This was a shock for us because it was really, we had one project before the war, so USAID was buying equipment for us. During the war, they helped us to save all the jobs and even to get some more. Triple extension, I guess we had. We added more than 70 jobs. For 2024, we plan to have plus 100 of jobs at least. This is something that we plan. And exporting, because this is the future. Nobody will perceive us again as a cheap labor force abroad. Never ever. We're doing a lot for that. Previously, textile industry was perceived like that, so you can send raw material to Ukraine, will do it cheaply, and we will sell it. Also, USAID is helping businesses to create the brands, bringing it to external markets. It's so great to show Ukraine as intelligent, us as intelligent and creative nation, able to produce, to sell, to generate brands. For the first time in history of business, we started thinking. We're paying taxes now to the budget. Our country is changing. No matter how hard is that, when we were submitting declarations and the tax agency called us if this is not a mistake because we paid a colossal amount of taxes during the war. We found the opportunities. We realized what do we need to produce, what to sell, how to export. We feel that the taxes are not just spent and wasted, by someone out there in the shadow. Yeah, we're not a part of corruption. We're a part of change. And the taxes actually help our army, defense and security sector. We help our defenders. We try to produce a lot for volunteers, for medics, sleeping bags. We made a lot of these. So it's also about opportunities because competitive niche is free for so many types of activities. And as we told that we can't talk to toxic people saying there is no job, there are no opportunities, nothing's working, and la la la, and it's just empty, we're looking for a job. It's not about us. Those who are active in various sectors, because truly people who are enthusiastic, they make it viral, and this will give a colossal result. So I want you all to be optimistic. Let's just help this country all together, pay more taxes, push us abroad even further. So many businesses who are doing this already. We are proud of them. We want to still do it. I'm grateful to you, say team, you're doing a big job. I don't know how you do it, but you do it. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you so much. And super great result to see like everything's moving and rotating. Victoria, it's a personal case for me because she's a grantee in my project, and with CEP, by the way, we had this project. Yeah. How is it going, Victoria? Let's say the entry point. Beginning of 2022, the company producing wall panels and furniture. We are in Kiev. Everybody knows us, advertising us. We even had no advertising because designers and architects, they directly cooperated with us for years, and it was fine. But when the full-scale war started, it happened so that the key composition of the company, people mostly left westward. They took their families away, and in 2 weeks, we realized that we had to do something. So we started analyzing the situation in Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, and quite fast, we found in Lviv region a premise, where we decided to continue our activity. So, thanks to USAID, relocation took place. It was so smooth and easy and fast thanks to Irina. I don't remember how we actually met. I was knocking at all the doors. I was just using any links I had just to restart the production. So, with this support, we actually quickly relocated, and 2022 started. Well, it continued, not started. We were building new connections. We were trying to. Lviv region was very hospitable. We were adapting to that kind of mentality. We realized that there are differences, of course. Kiev, Lviv, it's a little bit different with the personnel. And today, when I was coming out of my house, my son says, maybe don't tell about everything, like not to call the ambulance, because 2022 was like that. Was about this. So we finalized all the projects that we got before the war. restaurants in Kiev, hotels, individual export abroad started because our specificity at that moment was about individual solutions. We cooperated with designers. We started export activity, also individual projects, exporting them abroad. And by the way, last year it actually it was a positive argument for us, sort of, because Italian architects who hesitated somehow, well, when the architect found out that we were not in Kiev, the negotiations started before the war, but when they found out that we were bordering Poland, he said, like, it's almost Europe, and he entrusted the projects to us. So, last year, we also continued cooperating with designers, and something went abroad. 2023. More confidence, of course. We now understand all the nuances, many things in new place. So, we decided that we have to, our huge experience that we've accumulated, thanks to cooperation with designers and individual projects, that we have to create our line, yeah? And in the end of 2023, by the end of 2023, we've already generated many serial products, the wall panels, beds, and upholstery and textile, for example. So all this now we want actually to launch. We want to launch that for serial production for mass consumers, because we really want to share, like, with people. We want to share with the more clients and to give, to share our achievements. And as they say, if you want to be successful tomorrow, you have to start thinking today in a positive direction and just visualize it. So we visualize it. It's a powerful thing to have. Yeah, thank you. So, my favorite question now, because I am an ambassador of partnership support, and I'm telling everybody, if you want to get grants, please make your business, push your business to the white zone, work with due diligence. Okay, we still have some time, ladies. Okay, let's tell about your experience. Like, how was it with grants? How did you prepare? Like, what insights you had during the activity? Just with the projects. Yeah, like one project, pick one. Okay, Daria, you'll be the first. Okay, so with the grants, I can tell you instantly that initially it's terrifying, because nobody knows, like, what the grant is. It's like someone is coming with inspection, with audit, saying it's all wrong, and that it's not clear what impact it gives on business. But I can actually tell you that, first of all, gratitude to all the team of USAID, because girls always help. They explain. They give cases and examples. They're showing the templates, what to submit, why, what it means. And always very loyal and very flexible, very friendly with their explanations, 3 times if needed. So it's 100% of support, and I'm so grateful to all the managers. Secondly, grants, for me, it's the administrative activities. It's the hygiene, let's say. It's some nuances you just have to consider and improve it at the production, in the company. When you work, you understand that you do not need this accounting policy, because 1, 2 people in the company are making important decisions. You don't need procurement policy. Yeah. Why do you need to think about fire safety, the production? But these are essential things. Yeah, these are essentials. And USAID, not just USAID, but the grants and the opportunity to apply. You know, it helps you to transparently evaluate all the improvement possibilities of your production. This is a good exercise for you to see where it can be improved. Just to do it. And it definitely helps your business. Thanks, USAID, for motivating us for it. Yeah. That's why I'm thankful. Great. Thank you. Honest and transparent business. Don't be afraid. Implement everything you need for it. Due diligence. Okay. Hanna told us a little bit of what happens. One hardest, maybe Dnipro, okay? The hardest case. I can tell about Donbass. It's harder than Dnipro, trust me. Yeah, I'm listening to you now, and when in the club, last year and in 2023, thanks to our cooperation with USAID, CP, we've discussed for quite a long time, not just how to apply for a grant, but also how to, when you develop new businesses and give a chance to create new jobs, how to retain the business, keep it afloat, because you can get a grant, but if you don't know what to do next when missile comes and hits, you were afraid to take the money because this is responsibility. You know that you have to report, and now you have a question what to do when everything is destroyed. There is an important thing that quite often we mention, forums, workshops, forums, platforms, roundtables, conferences, doesn't matter where we are. These should give us the package of knowledge first to realize that we get zero investment in our own business. Instead of bringing dividends from investment for ourselves, for our country, we create guaranteed a guarantee to survive and win. Yeah, so we get new jobs, we get a product, and we have an opportunity to scale up and develop. Okay, it's a key thing that we have to start, then learn everything else. The first thing we did 3 years ago, full audit of various companies, because if you want to enter, or if you enter any grant program, you have to clearly understand what's with your balance. Yeah, like if you do have all the reporting, because reporting is much more essential. It stimulates us to be responsible. Any other program or business plan, now we have a different perception of it thanks to USAID. When it comes to other factors, the club members, we have them in the hall, by the way, those and the applicants, some of them already use the grants. First of all, simplicity of solutions, okay? And you need to implement it fast. You have to do it fast. This is the coolest support of Economic Front for the country, because there are so many forums and platforms. They tell so many nice things. It's like they're supporting and la la la, but when it comes to action, and you just are left alone, and quite fast, you start looking for opportunities where to get it for the business to be really sustainable, to plan with a 1-year horizon. I can tell it that programs that USAID CP gives us, the projects and opportunities, these are long-term ones. You have to prepare for it. Yeah. But when you have a war in your country, it's open, it's clear, it's based on parity. It's a good thing for business. It's not just even a grant, it's an actual investment to support people, for people to stay here, to develop the country. What's a key thing for me? USAID give a chance us to share experience. Even now, we are sitting here in the couloirs, we can just talk and establish new connections and develop new sectors helping us. Thank you. Victoria, please, you have interesting experience. She'll tell us, like, with grants, please. Last year, when we restarted the activity, Wikipedia studied what grant is, because I read it in some link. Not much there was about it. I didn't know what that was. By 2022, we never even relied on that type of support. Last year, everything, like if there was like any grant application, we were doing it.
How much did you want? Around 8 grants. Different donors. Yes, these were different donors. And because of that, we could get back on the track, and that was inspiring. that brought balance inside, and it allowed us to increase our capacity and get independent from other suppliers, because now we can do the full cycle, and that's very valuable. When you have logistic problems, you can have interruption, or contractors can have interruption. You can also help your clients and subtractors, contractors, because you can provide more services. There are some failed attempts, but it motivates you to do a better job because you analyze your mistakes and then you're like, I'm gonna win next time. And the girls were right to say that it raises the bar for yourself and the company, because it gets easier when your company is very transparent and you understand why you need to, get on the bright side. It's more confident because there's future. When we received our first grants, I just started telling my friends, don't be afraid, just give it a try. Last year was a disaster. Everyone was like, I'm not doing business with the state. But it's not about this. So we have a very positive experience, and hopefully next year it's going to be even more successful. Thank you very much for that. Oksana, tell us more about how you've been doing. Yeah, we have a good experience as well, and during 2022, when the war started, we were scared what's gonna happen, and we tried to use maximum capabilities, like grants, and we've won around 10 million hryvnias allocated for equipment, and we were able to increase our production 3 times and improved other indicators. And then we did some analysis, and what helped was our efforts to do a transparent business, and then you can get grants easily. And we didn't even think that we're gonna need that in the future, because just try to apply as many times as possible. Just take a look at your capabilities, whether you're able to get that project, whether you got it, and there will be more grants, and there will be less applicants, and old donors they claim that they have to look very hard. And some people say, like, where do you get these figures? They look so unrealistic. But we had our team, and we just tried here, tried there, and the stories that we encountered, other business partners that we talked to, they also want to join, but they're afraid. It's like a stereotype, like it can't happen like that. It just sounds too good to be true. They will get even what I have. They will take it away from me. So that's a trend. And these events help understand how it looks like. And there was a military officer, a war veteran who has been at the front line, approached us, and he said, I want to open a pizza place, and I need some grants, I need some equipment. Can you do an estimation for me? And when he was in the trenches, he just sent some documents and papers to her wife, and she signed the contract, and they opened a pizza place in Odessa. And with our help, he won 2 million hryvnias, and our team helped him. So he was really proud. He was at the war, and at the same time he did some business to help his family. So don't be afraid. Fear interferes with our possibility to survive, and we had to take loans. I mean, we had to get a generator, then it was stolen somewhere on the border, then they found it. So, like, lots of different stories, and I could write a book about the war, but if you do that, that will benefit the country. I guess you deserve a round of applause. And I gave a lot of consultations to people. People don't want to submit their applications because they were afraid. Well, I'd say it's not the hardest part. The hardest part is implementation, because if you don't know how to implement it, that's not the success formula. From my own experience, what kind of businesses can get, can reach success? Well, if you're transparent, if you're partner oriented, we're not talking about donor funds, we're talking about investments. We are talking about microclimate that is created for Ukrainian businesses, and the fact that you will be building together with competitive economy, you will be building your own business. So it's up to the businesses actually. So your results are the program team's results. So please be transparent, be responsible, and don't be afraid to apply. Apply as often as you can. Well, you will win wherever there is synergy, where expectations and capabilities are overlapped, and you will have some good KPIs. We have a couple of minutes, and so please each one take a minute to talk about your plans. We have very ambitious plans for the next year. During 2023, we've increased our exports fivefold, and we want to catch up with that trend. And we're planning to invest lots of resources and time into the scaling up of our production to ensure presence in many countries. Unfortunately, in Europe, we have lots of countries where our product is not represented, so we have to fix that. And this is why we're working with USAID. And we've applied for a grant, and we're finalizing some paperwork for equipment. I hope it's not going to be the last piece of equipment that we get, and next year we'll be able to implement some grant applications in that area. I really want the war to end in our country, and this is what everybody wants here. And whatever we do, we need to do it to win and restore the country, but this is the key plan for 2024. The next thing is new experience, new knowledge, and with the club, with different experts, we would like to open international women's school, and this is why we want to run a series of workshops and forums in different formats, but we want to cover all regions of Ukraine. For family businesses, and we want to train people to work with grants, like how you should apply for them, and then we want to work with practical cases in every oblast. And we already had some agreement with the tax service. They will be our partners because they all are connected. also among our plans is to plant trees, because that's our social responsibility plan. And don't forget that we're going to win, and we have to restore the country in whatever form necessary. So yeah, we've planned to plant 5 million trees, and you're all invited. We have to do that for our victory. Our plan is to continue activities in Lviv and restore activities in Kiev. In Lviv we have some production. Besides, this year we have created a furniture cluster, and it's been pretty active. An educational center for texture industry in Lviv Oblast. We want to create more jobs, and I hope we'll launch serial production, which will allow us to open new jobs. And in Kiev we would like to present our cereal products, and hopefully I don't want to set a limit for the countries that I want to work with. This year proved that there is an interest for our products, and many our clients left the country, and this year they relaunched their production, and our partners, they visit Monaco, other countries, and yeah, so there's only success on the way. Our plan is to make sure that the next year is at least as good as the previous one, and we want to create at least 100 jobs. Speaking about texture industry, we are moving towards exporting more. We want to shorten the delivery time to 3 days, just like Nova Poshta delivery company, and we will also join the reconstruction efforts for our country, because that's useful and that's energy efficiency, and we are promoting our straw, natural wood straw, and we are working with our social projects. We are designing kitchens, so to make sure that after the war is over, we will be able to create more canteens for our kids in schools. And the previous trend shows that we're growing, and it's gonna be that way. But what we're planning out of our plans, it's clear that there are going to be challenges, but we're waiting for adventure, and the only way is to go forward. Okay, thank you, girls. Applause. These results are really cool. These results are fantastic, and hopefully you will keep being inspired. Let's give them a round of applause. And thank you very much. Oksana first said that we're gonna sit down, and all timings will fade, but you were the most punctual team so far. But not without emotions, and we're continuing non-stop. I would like to invite the moderator for the next team, Anna Milenina, advisor to the director in State Institution Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, and she wanted to present all of the others. Hello, everyone. And okay, I'm starting to present all these fantastic ladies who's going to work on this panel. Yulia Lisovska, she's a chief financial officer of Tivoli. It's a furniture manufacturer, a manufacturer of high quality chairs, and she's also a driver for the furniture sector. She participated a lot in different international exhibitions. Yulia Pavlenko. Yulia, where are you? Oh, I can see you. She's the director of the International Operations Department in Ukrposhta. She's the heart of Export School Project in Ukrposhta that helps Ukrainian businesses to learn more about electronic commerce. The next offline participant is Irina Pika. She's a co-owner of a production brand of environmental friendly toys. And also another person that we have online, Ruslana Remarska. She's an owner and a founder of Smakuli brand of gluten-free cookies, and she's also a leader of a Ukrainian Food Manufacturers Alliance, an export alliance. Ruslana, can you hear us? Thank you very much. I can hear you very well. So please stay tuned, and I would like to start our conversation with you. I didn't tell what we're going to talk about. Of course, you have the topic in your agenda, but we'll still talk about that. So I think the topic will be very important today. We're going to talk about ramping up exports to support economic development after the full-scale invasion, and we will have different perspective on that story using different experience that each one of you had. And Ruslana, I'm going to talk to you about consolidation in your company to enter a very complicated market, US market and other European markets. Tell me please, what was the motivation behind the creation of the Export Alliance? What challenges, what benefits do you see in consolidating efforts, companies, and moving towards success? Because you are the one to lead that team and you have that experience. Please, can you share it with us? Thank you very much, Anya, for the question. Well, first, we've conceived that idea before the war during the cluster studies in Kyiv Mohyla Academy. And we had conversation with colleagues and we said, yeah, that's quite important. So we drank our coffee or wine, but we didn't do anything practical. And these were mostly small, medium businesses, and they're horribly busy, and that wasn't the time. And so the war sped up that process because the war led to collapsed markets. And our businesses that like we're involved in producing healthy foods, but lots of our families went abroad. And so, well, at one hand, our business is very fragile. On the other hand, we're very flexible. And the question was, where can we get profit in order to retain people that stayed and be more responsible? So we became the idea behind that consolidation. So my colleagues faced the same problem, and that was one of the motives behind that. The other motive was in May 2022, I had an honor to represent Ukraine in the US at a World Summit, the Future of Foods. And during that event, I had a possibility to meet alliances and other people, and I realized it's a nice tool to increase your capacity at the market.
The tool of effectiveness, and actually to reach the result, if you want to expand it to foreign markets, even those who just start exporting, you have to unite. it has become the next stage. So if we speak about motivation and reason, so first of all, well, you have to unite with someone, have to collab, because when you do it alone, you spend money and time, and it's hard. But when you have a team, uh, basically it's the same type of expense, the same value, but you just share it, and therefore you split the burden, and it's still much easier. Therefore, the promotions, the participation in various trade shows, and it's something you can get some more of expertise. Like in our case, we work with a consultant helping to enter the American market, and definitely several companies are benefiting from this collab. And of course, I'd like to express my gratitude to USAID, CEP. Thank you for giving us this chance today. One of the motives is the opportunity to share experience, very practical experience. When we sent the first batch, someone had some experience. For someone that was the first time when they uploaded, that was really very valuable in terms of preparation. Thank you so much, Ruslan. Now tell me, I know, but our participants don't. So the alliance already is functioning for like 6 months. Within this period, how do you feel? Are the companies changing in their products? Like, how are they transforming when they enter absolutely new export markets? Yeah, alliance has been functioning officially since the registration, since May 2023, and our birth date, as we consider it to be when we had the first trade mission to the US, that is the birth date, November 2022. Let's say since that moment we've had 3 tours, or let's say 3 visits, 3 missions, and we got a lot of experience. It was really very useful. So if we speak about transformations, the very first thing I'd say, what is related to everyone. Companies are doing their homework. Businesses, someone exported, someone didn't, and they are getting ready to supply products for such highly competitive market as the US market. They have to prepare very well, and this homework is what it is about. The companies, they implement the highest standards of quality control and safety standards in production. Some companies have to improve the limitations, maybe the content. Some ingredients are prohibited and the recipes should be corrected, technology to be updated, or the design issues, to update the design, the packaging volumes. Some markets require other standards, and and you have to get this group packing or collective packing. This is like a big lump of work, to present the product which will satisfy the American consumer. Standards of business, operations. For example, we had a chance to take part in workshops launched by American consultant that informed us what was necessary for the product to meet the needs of the market and consumers, legislative requirements to products, to marking, and some challenges that everyone faced, let's say. These were common for everyone. Someone had more work, some had less, but this is a point of growth for all of us. The key goal of all the transformations the key goal was to become a suitable supplier. And to continue the cooperation, because we're a country at war, but not to help us because we're at war, but because we are creating great products. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that openly, okay? Sharing the experience and insights of this truly complicated activity, yeah? In bringing together the companies, defining the common vector of movement, this is really hard to do. And I know, just to finish with, we've talked about, we've mentioned this nice part, like it's so good to have everyone united and to push our product forward and our services, our company, pushing into new market. And I just want to talk about this bitter part, yeah, the hard part. So, how do you think? What are the challenges? What challenges shall, or maybe there are some current challenges for Alliance members due to this collective expert work? What challenges are there? Well, I think that challenges, any company has a challenge. Any company intending to start exporting to the US, for example, and such challenges, we have these challenges as a cohort of the bravest, let's say, as we call ourselves. There must be, of course, a trust to Ukrainian food producers. It's not a secret. We were okay as raw material supplier, as commodity supplier for the whole world, but now we have to generate more income. More of added value should be done to products. We have to produce it. The biggest challenge is to convince the world that we can produce high quality, ready for consumption food products. So we only can convince our partner when that we offer the trendy product, the quality product, and that we are a reliable supplier. One of the challenges is having a good business ethics when you communicate with clients, demonstrating the business ethics. I don't know if I should tell of various things related to communication, but as an alliance, we're trying to smoothen the edges, because when we get the requests coming to companies and they have no time even to answer, we have to respond, because we don't want our partners to think that we are ignoring or creating delays, because when we negotiate, the next step is, when we negotiate the Made in Ukraine shelf, the next step is to ensure reliable, continuous supply. Even those in Ukrainian retail, the suppliers know that any breakage in the supply chain, penalties imposed, and of course it gives negative impact on product's image. Yeah. So another challenge in front of us that we have as producers, introducing innovative, trendy products. There was a big conference on the state strategy that one should be innovator in all sectors. Food should be the same, because entering this segment of products that was there at global shelves and becoming a competitor, trying to compete with popular brands, only if we can do it only if we offer products with unique advantages. By default, the quality, not just the advantages, and reliable supply, this will be the formula of success. My wish was that, okay, if we start the work, and they say that some are inspired by us, I mean the producers, I'm so happy that it's of great interest and companies want to join the alliance, so I would love to ask to demonstrate a video that we prepared for American buyers to bring the idea to them, the message that we're brave producers and entrepreneurs, that we are a brave nation, and we can supply, and we're ready to supply high quality products and be a reliable supplier for their networks. Отже, в 22-му
about our country, Ukraine. Actually, it was completely unknown to some people. Someone heard about it because of Chernobyl, someone because of football and Andrei Shevchenko, and someone knew about Ukraine thanks to boxing and the Klitschko brothers. The business world knew Ukraine mostly as a supplier of metal and raw materials, including wheat, corn, and oil. However, in 2022, Ukraine became known to the whole world because of the war, and it became a symbol of freedom and courage. Some Ukrainians went to the front lines to defend our lands and fight for freedom. Those who remained became volunteers and have been helping the army and other Ukrainians suffering from the war since then. We are doing everything we can, each and every one of us in our place, in education, local government, medicine, and business. Everything to help our country develop no matter what. We are those brave people, producers of food products, who want Ukraine to be recognized for quality products only. We grow and process vegetables and produce organic canned products, jams and sauces. We grow fruits and berries, and we make them into useful sweets, snacks, and drinks. We produce cookies, chocolate, and seasonings that are sterilized by steam. We grow grapes and make wine. We produce dry soups that have recently fed more than 50,000 internally displaced persons. Moreover, we use NASA cooking technologies to make cheese snacks and functional foods. Behind each of these productions, there is a specific face of the owner or the entire family who work daily to improve their products. They carefully grow each and every vegetable, fruit, and berry. Believe it or not, they meticulously select raw materials and ingredients, control quality, implement international food safety standards, develop technologies, monitor trends, communicate with the consumers, learn and adopt the standards of conducting international business, and develop in order to boldly offer the world a taste of Ukraine. Ukraine is delicious. Taste Ukraine.
Клас, обожнюю це відео.
Whoa, I love that thing. I love that video. It's so freaking inspiring, you know? And it's so bright. It actually, you can feel the product. You can like approach the product. Yeah, we all can actually, not just visualize, but taste. Okay, thank you so much for the thing you're doing. Because what you're doing is of crucial importance for the whole economy of the country, yeah? And I want you to feel this, that you are doing a great thing. I want you to feel that more often. So I want you and your team of your allies and followers to stay enthusiastic, stay strong, and I want you to have more positive results, bring us closer to our goal. When we start exporting to those markets, which are really interesting, which are really perspective, but at the same time very complicated. Thank you so much for the work you're doing. Thank you. You can stay with us if you have time, of course. Unfortunately, we won't see you, but we'll definitely know you're there. So, Yulia Pavlenko is my next guest. Yulia, you know, in office when we analyzed the changes in Ukrainian business since February 24th, we realized how many Ukrainian companies, as of now, how many of them want to become exporters. And how interesting is the fact that those companies, micro and small businesses, they equal export to e-commerce mostly. They think that these things are identical. I prepared a couple of slides, please. I'll stand up. I just want to see everyone, okay? And I just want to move. Okay, take away your phones, a little bit of hypnotic movements. In 5 minutes, you'll fall in love with me because I don't have more time. Okay. We have so many small exporters, more than 29,000. In handmade Etsy platforms in the world, we have the 9th position on the amount of introduced products. Almost 2 million items now are there in Etsy, and Etsy is advertising it at its own expense. 8th position on sales, 12,000 on eBay. eBay has this concept. The developing markets. We are in the top 5 of those markets among 150 countries in the world. 16,000 registrations in Amazon. Amazon, the top level of our development, but in fact, everybody starts with Etsy. The handmaders, they go to eBay, then to Amazon. So I can tell you, I don't usually give the figures of Ukrposhta delivering every month. 250,000 of deliveries to export, just us. We have DHL, Nova Poshta, whatever, reputable competitors. And this market is growing. We've restored the volumes that we had before the war, and we're doing everything to increase. Quite often they ask me what you can sell. E-commerce is for everything. Two big differences between e-commerce and B2B and export. Forget about certification. In the majority of cases, you don't need certification, you don't have quotas. You bring everything you want, and in many countries, normal countries, you have the duty-free entry. US, $800 in one package. If in US someone buys our product, the person doesn't pay taxes for your product, and you as exporter as well. We stimulate the export. So many opportunities. Canada, Australia. Australia's in top 10. Just think of this. Exporters love buying something there. Plus, you can sell various things. Furniture, a lot. When I enter the sorting center and I see from Zakarpattia, they make these armchairs, you know. I can imagine how much space it takes, but it's not about the weight. Everybody goes to Ukrposhta to send their big items all around the world. 100,000 deliveries monthly in US, 130,000 even, because it's season. Weddings at Etsy, 750 shops, just those handling the weddings, okay? Wedding planners or whatever. Volodya and his sister are doing the toppers, you know, these table decorations. 22,000 of items sold in Etsy. This is not the only shop, just a couple. These boys from Lviv, I love them. They're handling the glass items. Their mom was working at the glass factory. They've been like loving it since childhood. You've seen those in restaurants, these baskets, you know, these decorations. But what they love, the weddings. And they brought it everywhere except of Antarctica, and they will even give me that as a gift. Misha from Irpin. But they have these 4 blacksmith spots. When in Irpin his office was destroyed, they still ship. Because in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia, they have other spots and other producers making those axes. They went to Kickstarter, another great platform because you can ask money for your project. $200,000 they want to accumulate to launch a new line of products. And I'm pretty sure that Misha can do it because they are at Etsy, they're everywhere, they're cool guys. The top, when it comes to sales, 650,000 sold at Etsy. Busy Puzzles, kids' toys, from Irpin. People are from Irpin. 650,000 just at Etsy. Yeah? One of the best examples in Ukraine. Again, weddings. They sell these crystal glasses, like a small sets. They were forced to export, and these glasses are flying with the Ukrposhta around the world. It was really, yeah, but it was all about the packaging. Now it flies.
Cosmetics. Hillary's pretty famous brand. They're pretty favorite on Joom, and you can work with that. But Ukrainian cosmetics manufacturer don't want to get into e-commerce. They're too lazy. Enjoy the woods. In 2021, Igor claimed that they had $12 million turnover. They recorded a video on YouTube. So they're a family. It's a family business. In Irpin, they created a business. They have lots of sales on Etsy and Kickstarter. They had 12 million until 2021, and their production was destroyed after the invasion in Borodyanka. So there are smaller businesses like these, like jewelry manufacturers. It's one of the top products because they're really nice, and Zoloty Vik, they ship their products as well. And Ukrainsky Zolota company as well. They have rings with diamonds, so they can be delivered over the air as well. And I don't have much time. I just haven't used to that. You have enough time. Okay, so here are two QR codes. The first one, we did like quick courses with USAID. So you basically get your coffee and you watch a video, like 7-hour video about e-commerce. And we've made a walkthrough tutorial in e-commerce. When you want to export something, you have to order marketing research. In here, you can do it either free or for a low price, because lots of partners, they publish their sales analytics. For example, they have Etsy rank. You just pay $20 and you can see all of the products. You can enter your product tag and you can see how it performed with sales peaks and demand curves, because e-commerce is about searching for words online. You can basically analyze everything and you can see how your product performs. And in eBay, when you sign up and you haven't sold anything yet, and you can just open the analytics, and sometimes it just watch what people from Ukraine sell for fun. And in Ukraine they also ship food like snacks, packs, roasted coffee, selection of peppers, tea. That's what they sold. And there's this reseller that buys tea from Auchan chain and for like a cheaper price, and they sell this tea for $26, and some people buy it. They sell all sorts of things. One of my favorites is like this guy who told me, I'm just wondering where my parcels go because they are lost somewhere. So he sells like sauna accessories. And they would write that like it's unavailable. And for example, if we sell goods made out of wood, I like this wallpaper. Now they just sell tiles meter by meter, and they just pack it and they sell it. Kids' beds and different sorts of furniture, or wall bars, animal products. And what I mean by that, they sell trees for cats, dog houses. They produce them in Chernigiv, and actually they're pretty big. Textile is the best. We have very nice textile companies, but I don't get it while our industry is still sleeping, because you can really find groups like that. I know that these basic companies, they won't enter the market, but we have a company, Dnipro. They produce socks, and they specifically produce sports socks. So they made them unique. And getting back to cats and dogs, in Chernihiv, uh, they produce these collars for dogs, and basically you can leave your phone number and they will engrave it on that collar, the name of the dog and your phone number. We can't boast that we have the best cost because we have logistics problems like in China, but if we don't add anything personal, like a small added value, just like Enjoy the Woods with maps on the wall. They made this nice product, like small sofas, small couches for cats and dogs in the form of beehives, like honeycombs, and you can add some personalization, and they have a whole business process for it. We have lots of different producers that just make something small, and there's a woman I know that she became a top producer in Etsy. She just started with creating a single dress, and they wrote an article in New York Times about her, and there are stories about other people. The sales volume for us was around $1 billion, like small exporters like that. And they really do cultural diplomacy. When people buy things on Etsy and Amazon, it's like doing diplomacy work, just like our ambassadors and diplomats. And Amazon wants money. Other platforms, not so much. You can even start from scratch. So most of the people that sell on Etsy, they had like $200, if any. If they found something to produce that really is interesting, you can work from there. And also advanced people with more experience. I have webinars, and here are some links, and this is where we get into details about each topic. Like Ukrpochta chose this topic, like a social campaign. We want to support entrepreneurs because you can go global. When I talk to people working in delivery companies, international delivery companies, they are shocked with how much export goes from Ukraine. For example, we're sending to Canada 15 times more parcels than the other way around. So, and there are pretty rich people living there too. They can, send more parcels this way. This is it. You can just, read more about the story, and you can find me during the coffee break. And thank you very much. I'm thankful to your team as well, because for me, you are navigators, pioneers for Ukrainian businesses in the world of global marketplaces. So please talk to Yuli and exchange contacts, and we're moving on. And I'm now going to ask Yulia Lisovska. And we're going to talk about international exhibitions, something that we already talk a lot about it. So why do you regard this tool as a key tool to look for international partners? And I'm just wondering about that experience during full-scale invasion, because looking for international partner is a very big challenge for Ukrainian businesses. Please share your insights. Thank you for your question. And I was listening to your colleague, and that was so interesting. And that she was right. Trading with Ukraine is like doing diplomacy. Um, that means we are resilient, and that means we're reliable for global partners. And together with entrepreneurship and export office, we organized both in Las Vegas exhibition in Las Vegas Mall, and we talk about ourselves, we introduce our companies, and that's very important to have the face-to-face contact. That's good if you post things on the internet, but nothing replaces a good face-to-face interaction, because you can feel each other, you can kind of feel what you're thinking, and you can do that the best way compared to what you do online. And during the exhibition, you can do a lot apart from just showcasing your products. You can meet other market players. You can understand where you are, where you stand, what kind of price category is it, what's fashionable, so you can just do some analysis. Also, an exhibition is a place where people meet, and it's not just a fair where you show a couple of products hoping that somebody will buy it. No, you should plan your day to meet potential clients, because not everyone comes, but if it's 60 or 70% of people, that's a good result. Some people will just jump in occasionally, and some people will sign the contract for you. And then you can study that market. I remember our first exhibition in Milan in 2022. That was after the war started, and there were tons of people, because that was one of the first after COVID markets and exhibitions. People just want interaction. Nothing replaces live interaction. And it's also showcase. Added value, that's also very important. I'm telling you, that's very important in any industry, not just food industry, not just furniture industry. It's very important to create something with added value. In our case, we work with designers, industrial designers, and it's awesome when people like what you produce. We do something that's interesting. We're not, you know, backward country, and we have a lot to show to the world. If you want to produce something, don't wait until somebody comes to you, because if you want to sell an end product, you need to showcase it. My dream is to bring clients to Ukraine and show them that it's not that bad, because they watch TV. But the reality is, people are smart, people work hard, and it's about doing some diplomacy. We have cafes working, we have shops. Nobody's waiting for us out there. We can build our own things here, we can produce our brands here in Ukraine, and then sell it all around the world. And war is crisis for the business. That was shock, but that was also a possibility. There was an opportunity because people learned about us, and it supported our businesses. You know, there are lots of challenges that we have to deal with, but we need to use that support to our advantage, and we have to help our country. We have to provide people with jobs, and we have to do what it takes. So exhibitions is a great opportunity when lots of people get together and they have the same dream. And people come to exhibitions with an idea, with something they're looking for, because there was a reason why they came. They're looking for something particular, and this is why we have to chase them and find them. Thank you. That was so profound. You sharing your experience, and it's a pretty good experience. And personally, I would like to thank you for inspiring other companies, because without a leader, because without a mentor, it's very hard to do something like that. It's hard to be the first, but you can do that. You did that. Thank you very much. And I was listening to Ruslana, and it's very important to consolidate efforts. When we do that, when we visit exhibitions together, you can save money, you can cover more markets, and that's awesome. That's the right thing. Yes, consolidation is power. And we have our last participant of our panel, Irina. Can you please tell me more about your experience? How did you start exporting? Because your main challenge was to recover your production and switch from internal sales to external sales. It seemed impossible during full-scale invasion, but you did it. Please, can you share your experience? Thank you. On my way here, what would be my feeling like? Like, am I a stand-up comedian, or am I like a politician? Like, so I would probably take the role of a politician. I will just show you who we are on the slide. And we started the family business together with my husband in 2010. But speaking from my current experience, I'd say that it wasn't a real business for first 8 years. It was just, we did that for fun. We searched, and we wanted to find out what toy production business is like. And we were looking for something smart and fun, like, and then we decided that it's very hard to enter the market with the new products, and we faced different challenges, and then we decided that we can't do it for fun. We should do a business, and we have to expand. If you want to develop, you need to come up with something new. So we started doing different researches. We spent lots of time on Amazon and Etsy, like what they sell there, how much. And we realized it'd probably be the same situation in Ukraine. So in 2019, we started this massive expansion. We took the courage to get a loan, and in 2019 we had this new Ukrainian school concept, and then we realized what the state wants, and then we compared it with international markets, and we started producing our own stuff. In 2019 we had this Cuisinart sticks. We produce them out of wood. You can also produce them out of plastic. Cuisinart is a mathematician, and he developed this complex. And it's a registered methodology for kids to learn proportions, mathematical operations. So it entered the market, and we became famous, and we decided that's our thing. So we started to move in that direction, and we had this theme tablet, and
logical blocks of the Hungarian mathematician, and we found our market and started growing. And I'll just ask you to put the other slide, please. Yeah, I made this like really small diagram for you to understand how exactly were we growing if we take 2019 compared to 2018 in percentage, growth percentage, 30+%. If we take 2020 compared to the previous, 112 of growth, yeah? So in a year, we did twice more. Just, okay, these are not specific numbers, but it's abstract. So 2021, a little bit less than previous year, but also more than 100%. And 2022, it's clear negative results. So we get our first grant in 2021 to certify the toys abroad. December 2021, that was, yeah. We were happy, yeah. We were happy. We got the first documents with a label. We're going abroad. But December is a high season in Ukraine as well. Everything was sold, all the stocks. Like in January, I take another grant, Dia Business. So we understand that our previous logo was a little bit obsolete, and it was designed like back in 2010. We wanted to refresh it. Dia Business had it was granting Ukrainian enterprises that wanted to have marketing services. We won this thing, and there was a style design for us. Yeah. Can I get to previous slides? So this is our Igroteka image, our logo. It's totally different compared to previous. Dynamic, stylish, really European, and with this logo with European certificate. We decided that we can now go in February, after we close all the reports, we can go abroad, and then the full-scale war starts. Our office is next to a military base. We were afraid to have these hits within the first months a lot, from missiles. March and February, we were out of office completely. In April, we realized that the situation may become critical for us because people started dispersing. Some people went abroad, some people just left, and we asked ourselves a question. Either we move forward or we just close this down, but we spent so many years and energy. So in this business, I'm so happy doing that because all our previous initiatives failed, and for my husband, it's important for me to be happy. So it then means that I'm productive. And in this business, there's a lot of philosophy, a lot of social component. It's our social mission in our business, yeah? To children's development. We want to help Ukrainian society to develop, starting from early ages. Start small, as they say. We start from very small ideas. With small kids, we start with small details, things that help children to learn by playing. And 2022, it's in April, we start recovering step by step. We can't sell, we have nowhere to sell. None of the clients is restoring the payments for the supplied toys, but we start bringing people to offices because they have to feed their families with something like. In May, Antoshka paid us, then ATB starts paying, then something recovers, and we again, since June, we've been there with full-time schedule. In June, I was so afraid. I've never been that afraid. I never was driving a car abroad. I tell myself, Ira, if you have fear, it's a place to grow. I take my assistant manager lady just for someone to sit next to me in the car, and we are screening the market. We find so many enterprises in Poland, Czech Republic, Lithuania. We negotiate about meetings, we take the samples, and we go there. I remember I was crossing the border and I had these packages. In each package, 2 or 3 samples of products, a bottle, coffee from Lviv, and some documents. He opens the trunk and says, "What the hell is that?" And I say, "I'm coming to partners." He says, "To so many partners?" I say, "Yes, I have negotiations, have to save business." He closes the trunk and lets us go. So, yeah. We, for a week, we had those trips around Europe. It was a Euro trip, a weekly one. We had some nice Euro trip, actually. I'm finishing, yeah, and we had agreement with Czech company, Polish also. Now we export small batches because we are a small business. But we have big, ambitious goals for the next years. We can see that we can and we are able to, despite the challenges, despite the problems, but we hope that it all comes to an end and we'll definitely drink champagne. Well, we will be out of champagne when we finally get the victory. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to my super wonderful ladies in the panel, my participants. I'm grateful to every Ukrainian business still thriving, still functioning, entering new markets, and again, proving that we are the country of entrepreneurs. I wish you all to have a wonderful day and evening, and we'll definitely see each other again. Ruslana, thank you for staying with us. Have a nice and safe day. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies, for that wonderful discussion. So, I guess this was the warmest moderation, out of all. Okay, so we still have 2 discussions left. We have a small coffee break right now, but the discussions are so cool. So we have still time to breathe out. And in 10 minutes, I'm waiting for you to return to finalize. This discussion, I can see that everyone is still, will close the door and this will be an exclusive one. Okay, for this discussion, nobody is allowed to enter. Thank you. This is the last call, and that's it. Like, you missed your chance, and we'll just stay here. I'll introduce Alexander, who'll moderate the discussion. CEO and co-founder of Projector Institute, Alexander. I pass the floor to you. I'm sitting in the first row, and I will listen. Franz, thank you. Thank you. You know, sometimes it happens that you come and in the hall you only have like a couple of people and you start appreciating all of them who are there because this is a wonderful, intimate environment here. So it's important because we gathered in such a nice company to talk about creative industries, how these affect the economy. Creative industries is a hard word formation, but we all face that sometimes. The design, the architecture, animation, illustrating, fashion is there as well, and so on. So today we have a great company, and I'm happy that we all are here. And my people are Daria Voyevoda, CEO, Spend with Ukraine platform. Spend with Ukraine, yeah, for sure. A platform promoting Ukrainian creative businesses all around the world. And this is a cool thing. Yeah. Yaroslav Belinsky, a cool designer. We've known each other for ages, and it's so good we're here together. Yaroslav creates and develops design for Ukraine. He is holding interesting events like Kyiv Design Week. Well, he'll tell us about this. Yeah. Anastasia Verlinska, founder and director of Big animation festival called Linoleum Festival. This is the biggest Ukrainian festival that for so many years is held to promote pro-Ukrainian animation. Thank you for doing it. Yeah. And I was introduced. I'm Alexander Trehub, CEO of Projector Institute. I'll pass the floor to you, each of you. Give us some details on your projects, what you're doing. Not too many details. Keep it dynamic. Share the most important things of your projects, all right? So, greetings. I do hope that you are still not too bored, and we'll try to entertain you. I'm Daria. I'm leading the Spend with Ukraine platform, and I do hope that you heard of it. It's a charity project launched in April 2022 to support all Ukrainian businesses present at global market, and with aim for us to stimulate the consumption of Ukrainian products abroad and to support our economy. Therefore, supporting people working every day to produce great Ukrainian brands and to promote Ukraine as a brand in the world, let's say, showing that we're not just a no-name country, but a big potential is hidden there. And a country that produces every 10th ID product created in the world. Okay. Yeah. So, we're almost 2 years old. We've managed to get a couple of grants, international recognition as well, support in presidential office, a couple of awards, which are directly related to design and creative industry. And we are working hard to popularize our platform even more. The key goal is to generate traffic for websites and companies presented at platform. Okay, so we get some really good results, we get good feedback. I am so proud of Ukrainian products that we have. Last year in July, I thought that like everyone applied already, and we won't have even cooler brands, and every day we get new and new applications. Every day I'm opening my eyes and looking like how talented Ukrainians are. I'm so amazed. This is a good platform. Just to enter, you have to pick a gift. You go to spendforukraine.com and just scroll these 243 brands. Yeah, and every day you can just be proud that more and more and more. You can just discover new Ukrainian products. Sorry for not being brief. Super great. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Yaroslav, and I lead Design for Ukraine. We were founded in 2018. Back then, our mission sounded like building the ecosystem, design ecosystem in Ukraine. So we've been doing what exactly been doing? Doing the job nobody wanted to do except of us, because designers usually love being creative, but not love being managers. They don't like Excel tables. They don't like surveys. They don't like studying audience and so on. The boring stuff. So now we are at the point where we actually are, how to call it, we are building an integral society. It sounds really high, but with the tools of design, with the disseminating the design culture, and one of the cases that basically I will discuss, Kyiv Design Week, that we've been preparing for 4 years. But COVID was first, then the full-scale war, and still we somehow miraculously managed to do it during the war. And for this, we picked such non-typical approach, so we decided to launch it in 2 states. Simultaneously, we picked a difficult country to start, like Switzerland. Yeah, it's a very closed market, but a very interesting one, and maybe later we'll talk, okay? Hi everyone, my name is Nastya. I'm not a founder, but I lead the Festival of Animation, Linoleum, since 2016. And we had our 10th anniversary marked here, by the way. So, apart from the festival that gathers all animation industry represented in Ukraine, we also organize various educational events for various categories, age categories, all around Ukraine. Not only animation, socially oriented. We worked a lot with the IDPs and kids, because animation is a cool tool for art therapy in particular. And recently I returned from Zaporizhia. We also promote active Ukrainian animation abroad, and together with USAID we organized a couple of trips for delegations to big animation markets and pitchings. We have numerous presentations of animation at platforms in Ukraine, helping Ukrainian animators to get some employment opportunities, and it's like a networking platform. Yeah. Thank you so much. Then I'll tell about myself. What are we doing? I'll try to be brief. I'm in Projector Institute. I'm from Project. You've seen these blue advertisings. Maybe you already are bored with that. So we train creative people. What we're trying to use creative approaches in other sectors, because creativity is not about making a drawing or an image. It's not about making a creative thing. Being creative, it's about how you think, yeah? The way of thinking. When we use it in other sectors, sometimes it works very well. For example, right now we try to help the Ministry of Education to reform the vocational schools. Quite underestimated. Not so many kids are there. It's not very popular because it doesn't look attractive. And we understand that these are the future makers, people in vocational sector. These are the future businessmen. And this creative thinking may give like a lot of results there. Can be very stimulating. We try to use creative thinking to rethink the employment process. With the support of USAID, we have now LASA project, a service where we have AI helping to categorize candidates, to match candidates and companies. And with these approaches, we're trying to change the surrounding environment, the reality, yeah, and to improve it. I think this is all with my introduction and with our introductions. Thank you. So, we're not leaving this place, it's just the start. So, I have a question. We understand what the current situation is. The war is there. The creative sector like had a downfall. Now it's trying to go up. Everyone is tired. Nobody understands clearly what's going to happen. How do you feel? What's happening in the sector, creative sector? And if businesses and industry are able to recover, what problems we have to solve now? Okay, I'll start. Of course, it's hard. Of course, everyone, businesses and any company, and as an ecosystem, we have this accumulated fatigue and exhaustion, but at the same time, we have this Ukrainian drive that is unstoppable. And more people working today, staying in Ukraine, they're super motivated and enthusiastic. They always understand why are they doing this and that. Why are they in the place they are? So every growth point, when you grow, it's always about pain, and everything has its positive and negative side. And now we all are having the same problem, all of us, but still we are coming out of the comfort zones. We're growing, and it happens individually. It happens like in companies as well. It's hard, but it's important to give the team inside, to give enough of comfort, be understanding when it comes to nuances, to moral fatigue when you understand that person cannot give you a creative result. Creativity is not just something related to art. It's a proper business solution when you come to any problem. So you just have to be kind, be open, and be supportive for your teams. Be the person who is motivating, and always remember that we all are working for the same goal. Great. I would say that, yeah, of course, since February 24th, the sales went down drastically, more than 70% according to statistics. In the market of creative industry, it's a downfall. It's official, but the real ones, maybe the real downfall is even more dramatic. Still, despite the sales went down, the some productions were closed because many of my colleagues their warehouses were bombed and burned, and they had to relocate. At new place, it was hard to adapt. So the majority of my colleagues, at least our bubble, let's call it a bubble. People from our bubble started doing things, basically the cultural diplomacy, they dived into it, yeah? All of those who were previously just in business, they became politicians, diplomats, I don't know. They started attracting attention to Ukraine, exhibitions, showing movies, and like everything we do now abroad, yeah? It's about introducing Ukraine, showing ourselves. We all are responsible for what we're doing, and we feel that we can change this, yes? Even when you sell a chair, you still are trying to sell it in such a way that people who buy it, to change their perception. Like, for them to start getting some sympathy towards Ukraine, yeah? And maybe to donate to army, whatever. For a person to become a follower of Ukraine, an ally, a supporter. So we picked Switzerland, okay? This is not the easiest country in the EU. You just understand that it always had the neutral position. Now they try to act like they don't support anyone, like, sort of. But even in Zurich, in the streets, they have the city flag and Ukrainian flag next to it. You brought the producer of watches, and Swiss people were amazed with the audacity. Bring the watchmaker to Switzerland from Ukraine? Yeah, like the audacity, just Many years ago we asked Swiss people, Switzerland is a very prospective market because the majority of Swiss are wealthy people with money, financially stable. So how can we do it for a Swiss person to buy not a local product, locally designed product, but how can one buy a Ukrainian product? Quality is the same, maybe even better design. And they started thinking and said, you can't do it. It's just impossible. All right, so it's just a political position of every citizen in the country, okay? It's just mentality. In 2 months after full-scale invasion started, my colleagues, girls from our organization, had an event organized. They sold Ukrainian candles in total cost like 3,000 euros. That was like, wow, something's changing. So we can push that forward. We can like change their perception finally. So it seems to me that now we finally in our circle have, it's not just a wish to sell, yeah, but to do some more than that. It's not just business anymore. It's a political process, a serious thing. It's the attitude to your country. It's responsibility for what you're doing, for your actions. It's truly a great thing to observe. Thank you, Anastasia. Well, as for me, this is an endless loop, yeah, of burnout and drive. Like, once per month I want to die, but next day I'm ready to do something again. Yeah, it works like that. And I think this is a problem for almost all creative people in general, especially in animation, because animators are people, they're very fragile people, fragile spirits. For them it's hard. Many people left, really professionals, many of them left, many shifted to adjacent professions, many companies, just to survive, they shifted to service provision and started working on commercial projects. So if you talk about image component, I don't know if we'll have these soon, because this requires, like MOFCA, it requires state funding, but the state, it doesn't have a lot of trust when it comes to animation. They don't think that this is an image building tool, so that's a problem. But we hope this will be solved at the expense of enthusiasts who are still in the country and still are making the content. Comparing to many other businesses, animation is a resource-consuming one. It takes time. Even making a great, high-quality, short video, it's a year. It's not super fast if you want to show a good quality. So it's a long-term investment. It's a long-term cooperation. When we go to, with delegation, we go to some market and we negotiate, it doesn't mean that tomorrow we'll sign a contract and we're producing. Negotiations, searching for additional capacity, because Europe works with co-production. It's quite rare when some country is doing it on its own, yeah, the film. They're trying to collaborate all the time, and that's how they make the content. And we need this to establish this connection because our neighbors had more powerful connection in this sector than we did. And now we're just starting talking, yeah, and we start to push us and other people softly to pro-Ukrainian position. We speak of the creative industry, a little bit provocative. It requires promotion and diplomacy, not just external, but internal, because to invest in sector, it's not only about romantic, nice stories, but economic justification. Why this is important. How can this strengthen the country? And today in Ukraine, we have a stereotype that creative people are poor artists, like Van Gogh, who just drink water, eat bread, and create something. Tech sector is in creative industry, but it's different. In Ukraine, it's a big one. It's a big pool. Like, we don't even know who is who, how to classify. So, you as ambassadors of creative industries, internally and globally, what are the arguments to invest in that? Why the country needs this in the context of recovery? Yeah. I guess I can tell this. It's like a homework. Someone was preparing, someone wasn't. All right. So, creative industries, that's why they are great, because comparing to essential ones, these don't require any investment. So, to found a 10 million startup, it's enough to have a co-working access to internet and a laptop. You create content, a product. You make software, you sell it, and it generates a lot of money. Compared to a factory where you have to invest, build it, like put in commission, then ROI, and so on. From this standpoint, now in Ukraine, I think politicians have to change their mentality. Not to build it as it was, rebuild it as it was, because it will never be as it was. But to invest in sectors which are perspective, which may very fast, which may fill the budget very fast, help to do it. Because IT sector is a phenomenon, Ukrainian phenomenon. It's like Ukrainian miracle. We are in top 5 countries when it comes to outsource volumes. Yeah, but still. We still need some support. I think you agree, because you are advancing the qualification. So people would love to do it, but they're not brave enough. They don't have enough knowledge in management, or someone has doubts, even the language proficiency. Maybe people have doubts, but people are just shy. They don't want to talk to someone from Europe because they are ashamed of. Like, all these gaps must be closed. And I think creative industries in Ukraine have a huge future. If we take the indicators that we have, the actual creative industries generate relatively low, it's a low share of Ukrainian economy, meaning GDP. Even despite the war. Even in pre-war times, it was relatively small. But if we give a chance, and if we give people the confidence, give them some additional learning, training, raise their qualification, we will just push that forward. Will become a new European economic miracle eventually. Yeah, great. Nice, Tam. Why do we have to invest in creative industry? Well, if we don't invest, we will all watch this Russian series. Yeah. They're trying to push in the media environment. So this content, it's animation. It's something that kids and adults watch, let's say. And if you don't produce your own content, we'll consume the crap our enemies produce. That's why we have all that tension now. So the image of the country, and all my thoughts are out the head. It's the first thing that came into my mind, like, why do we need to invest? Plus, animation is a great therapeutic tool. Yeah? It will be used actively. Nastya, do we have countries where animation has another share in economy compared to Ukraine? Oleg? Just joking. Where they invest more, where animation is a segment of economy which gives impact. Japan, for sure, yeah. I've met one cool Japanese director. Everyone was worshipping him. They were like bowing, and they were afraid to talk to him. Anime is like a religion. And France, America, I mean the US, why not? Yeah, we have those countries still. Thank you. Thank you. I fully agree with the rest of panelists. Creativity is one of the ways to communicate, yeah, and one of the ways to identify yourself. We live at times when all info channels that previously all the methodology was based on it, these channels are obsolete now, you know, and the world evolves fast, so fast that we have to be flexible all the time and adaptive, and creativity is something that may be the solution, because we can't, in modern world, we cannot use traditional solutions for certain problems. In the context of Spend with Ukraine, what we offer to the world, the capitalistic way to help Ukraine. We don't ask for money, we don't accumulate donations, we say, look, we have this platform of Ukrainian brands, yeah? We are meticulous about every candidate and we check everything. It's the business which is innovative and unique and it's worth your attention. It produces some really, it may give a solution for your pain. Let's say, if you don't want to donate, buy it. You already are donating an economy of the country and you are helping us with this, and it works. And even now in modern context, in global info environment, it's hard to promote Ukraine as a country. It's not just like the world is tired, but people don't respond to negative things, to all the calls for help. They must be shown that Ukraine is not a sacrifice, that we are not sacrificing, that we're not suffering, but we are strong. We have something to offer the world.
I mean, we can be useful. We can show our better side. Thanks a lot. And I will just add here, recently I talked to some colleagues from the UK, and when you talk to them, you just think to yourself, why don't we have this and that and that, and it looks so fantastic and awesome. And I started asking questions, and this is what I realized. When I talk about creative things, they mean money. It's not just something on a separate level, but it should be all very productive and calculated. And they're like, the creative industries, they're like 7%, and they used to be 5%, and you know where it's going. And like, we have pretty strong creative industry in London, so can you see where I'm going? And I'm like, yeah. So when businesses, they understand that they can calculate it, investing in creative industries start looking better, a lot better. And when we talk about small share of small market share by creative industry, we just underestimate their share in other industries, because can you just take a look at the financial sector, how creative they are, like Monobank. They're not just business solutions, it's also about user experience, and the creative industry is something that reinforces other industries. So I think maybe the figures are a bit off, but the problem is that we cannot calculate it. We haven't calculated it. We didn't do any research. We didn't do any, economic backing for these figures for both of these sectors. So that was just a small remark. Let's talk about global markets, because based on my feeling, lots of creative businesses before the full-scale invasion in Ukraine learned to work in Ukraine, learned to work with local customers, and everybody was happy. So they grew bit by bit, and pretty much everyone was happy, and the war proved that situation to be very fragile and everything can break at once. And I think they haven't recovered to the pre-war period, and lots of companies started thinking how to enter international market and realized that it's very hard to do. Actually, it's one of the platforms that tries to resolve that issue, but I think we have our own opinions on that. So what about the obstacles and limitation, and what do we do with them? Well, actually, I have something to say about what you mentioned, like why British are so successful in creative industries, and it's like they're a golden calf, and before COVID, they claimed that we're gonna become a #1 country based on economic growth, and so on and so forth. And of course, COVID introduced some corrections. But when British talk about creative industries, that means that that's something expensive. When we talk about creative things, people in business imagine some unorganized kids that are very hard to negotiate with, and they just do something for free while drinking coffee all day long. So there is no respect towards creative industries as a profession. And I think there's a lot of room for dialogue to advocate creativity and take it to the level of a premium product, because in Western countries, any creative product is expensive. If it's good, it's expensive. Well, sometimes it's both expensive and high quality, but it rarely happens. So institutions like Projector is very efficient in increasing awareness among young people, and they started using that as some powerful tool to generate profit. Yeah, we do what we can, Yaroslav. And I actually think that the thing is not just this, cynical businesses, they want to get some products for a cheap price. No, they just don't see the correlation. Like, if I get profits, how much percentage do we get? How much interest do we get if we invest in this brand, or if we invest in that communication campaign? Maybe we do something simple. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think this is the problem with our creative sector. They can't calculate and they can't communicate. So probably businesses, this is why they don't see that. I mean, they can't take the responsibility. No, they share the responsibility. What about global markets? What we can do to be successful in the UK, or maybe it's not UK, maybe we should go to Indonesia or somewhere else. Well, there's only one advice that I have for you. Well, the quantity should become quality. So you have to keep working. You have to understand that you can't just enter a saturated market. There are lots of companies, and everybody's professional. They play by the rules. You don't know the rules. And of course, you need some time to adapt, to adjust, to prove that you're worth it. And it's not just an occasional award that you received. Lots of companies participate in these competitions to prove that their quality is high level and they generate a high quality content. And this is how they sell their services. They increase the price bit by bit, and we just start working with that. And the way Ukrainian brands are perceived, like Monobank and others, maybe Nova Poshta. Like in Ukraine, Nova Post delivers parcels in 24 hours. I remember, from what I remember about DHL, like 3 days, and it seemed incredible. For us, 24 hours is a norm. It's like, okay, and we enter the market, and we found out that we're better than lots of companies, but they're not going to welcome us there with this creative approaches, so we have to fight for it. Thanks. How do we enter international markets, Anastasia? On feet? Well, on a serious note, I think we lack professional producers in animation. They need to communicate it to people. They should have started long time ago, because animation is a pretty long journey. And I think it's like a lottery ticket. You don't know what project is successful, like Peppa Pig or whatever. What will bring you the fame and fortune. In many European countries, animation is pretty developed industry, and in order to get there, you have to invest something. But it all depends, partially depends on the government. If the government's not helping you, that's going to be a challenge. So should be support from the states and lots of investments to make it feasible. Yeah, I will just add, we have 4 more minutes. On our platforms, we have brands in different categories, from gadgets to tech applications and creative agencies. So I can just generalize and say the main challenges when you open the international markets is lack of expertise, because these markets, they all have their own mindsets, they have their own features, and it's regulatory threshold. So this is why you need people, experts, who can tell you what to do, or you need some time for trial and error. And maybe there are businesses that really want to enter the global market, but they're not ready for it yet. And it's a common practice when you open a English language version of a website, and you just fed up with that, and you write, well, there are lots of mistakes that you have to correct because just so cringy. And sometimes they are more expensive than local alternative, but they're not backing it. And then you have to understand that every country you're entering, they all support their domestic products, and when you enter that market, you have to prove you're worth it. I think that's it's a rule of thumb for any business. So you need experts, you need time, and you need less borders. So, well, first of all, I'm talking about your mindset, like no obstacles. Get rid of them. Well, the bad language proficiency, English language proficiency, well, simple as that. But we always face that. Lots of creative specialists, their language proficiency is not good enough to enter foreign markets, and the business culture is not very good. Sometimes they're not good with deadlines and with contract requirements. Some businesses, Ukrainian businesses, they face the situation where it's not enough just to say we're from Ukraine, it's made in Ukraine. Like it turns out, nobody cares. Nobody's going to sympathize, and they're not going to let you just because it's made in Ukraine. And it's only the teams with strong marketing competencies that win, and entering foreign markets is about strong marketing and ability to build logistics. And actually, legislation could have been more good for exports. Lots of different limitations. They are and interference. We're out of time, so let's do a last round, like a blitz round of questions. Imagine an ideal Ukrainian creative industries. How can we become successful in Ukraine? Just use one sentence. Like get rid of the mess. Not bad, not bad. When we suggested that Swiss can run the design week, they said it's impossible, and we're like, we'll see, and we did that in a month and a half, and they were shocked because they don't do that. It's like 2 years of preparation work, maybe 3, even better. And it's not just a single case. There are lots of people I know that do similar things, and of course sometimes we fail to comply with the deadlines, but we can work quickly, creatively. There are not so many countries out there or nations out there who can be like that. So I guess we have a good potential, but we need more competence and confidence in English language proficiency. Don't be afraid. Deliver quality consistently, and also that's my pain. Like when you say you're a Ukrainian brand, and when you take responsibility to represent Ukraine. You need to understand that you are socially responsible. Don't just speculate on that. Just do your thing better, and it's going to be all right. Thank you very much. What about you? What's your answer to the question? That's a blitz round, right? Okay. I think our superpower is a will. We can be super enthusiastic, and I will just continue from what Yaroslav said. We're hardworking just because we're interested, because really we're so passionate about that task. And this perseverance is something that lacks on very developed markets. So this energy is something we're good at. We're not afraid to break something old. That's our power. Yeah, thank you. Round of applause. Sasha, Yaroslav, Nastya, well, thank you very much. It was really interesting to listen to you, and I really like the idea that in Europe and around the world, people sometimes they can work when you have to do something for like yesterday, like all your deadlines are yesterday, and this is where you can do something. So thanks a lot for this panel discussion. Now it's the last panel discussion for today, and I would like to invite Alexei Dobronravov, leading legal expert for DSCD Project Office, Ministry of Digital Transformation, Stach Wozniak, co-founder and CEO in Cargofy. Stach, are you here? Okay. I just want to pronounce your name properly. Cargofy. Okay, good. Olga Shapoval, Executive Director in Kharkiv IT Cluster. And we are joined online by Igor Markevich, Innovations and Tech Lead at Advantage Ukraine, Program Lead at Lviv IT Cluster, Delegate to Horizon Europe Committee in Digital Space and Industry. And the moderator in your applause, Valery Dobrovolsky, a Future Industries Team Lead in USA Competitive Ukraine Competitive Economy Project. The floor is yours. Okay, can you guys move a bit closer to make it more intimate? There's lots of you. Okay, whatever. This is the last panel. This is Blitz, and then we're free to go home and have a good rest, guys. Well, IT sector is a sector that succeeded, and I think it ideally incorporates different components. We have a country, we have a cluster in Kharkiv that represents lots of different companies. We have food industry company, and we have Igor that has lots of hats. They have this accelerator and ID company. I think that interaction it even intensified. So take a look at the screen. I just want to talk about IT here because not all of you are from IT. So this is a sector where more than 300,000 employees are employed, and actually during the war this number has grown. So we have plus 20,000 people, and most of these people stay in Ukraine. Besides, this is a sector that reached its plateau. It increased 30% before the war. Now it's not growing. Maybe it's falling a little bit. You can actually give us some insight about that situation. It's probably stabilized, but this unique growth, 20-30% that we had, is a very unique thing. So it probably beats the market, but it has some potential. What about the economic effect? Based on that research from IT cluster, these people, they create 1.7 to 2.2 additional jobs when they consume products and services. If you take 300,000 jobs and you multiply it by 2, and you get so many people who pay taxes, who spend their money, and if you combine it with our purchasing capability, that's gonna be awesome. And from those who entered IT sector, it's a very fresh information that was officially presented as part of a research supported by our company, and it demonstrates that 85% of companies, they continue to hire personnel, but only 1% of all companies that entered IT, they did it for the first time. Maybe these are switchers and student, and I'm not sure if you can actually enter IT right now. Maybe it's just hard, but it became even more complicated. So if you want to switch to IT, you have to work and study hard. And also, people are carefully returning to Ukraine during war. People are getting back to Kharkiv from larger hubs, from Dnipro, from Kiev, and people get to Kiev from Europe. So these numbers, interest towards hiring people, positive mood, they demonstrate that the market learned how to work during the war. Now, very important information. Trust towards the government. You've been trusted. Alexei will tell you more about DS City and how it all started. But now, the services provided by the government are valued by IT company, and there's more trust than distrust with it, which is a good precedent. Not every governmental agency can say that my sector has trust and they value us very highly. 3% of company executives think that the next year is favorable. 33% of executives, they think that in the next 5 years will be a significant growth. So its global market is growing, and also we have good products and services in Ukraine, and that means we can get there. So we can start discussing that, maybe from you, Olga, because you're representative of one of the largest business associations. What do you think about these figures? Doesn't mean that it's really that good in IT sector learn to survive and stay afloat, and is it really that good? Thank you very much. Well, I think that these figures mean that IT is an industry that you can estimate, and I think it has been successful as an industry. And as they said on an educational session, like that vision that we implemented with our colleagues from Lviv, from USAID and ministries, and the Ministry of Economy said we started to perceive it as an industry. And that's for the first time. Like we used to have agricultural sector and metallurgical sector. Now IT has reached the level when they become industry. Now we can track down some trends, track results, and what we see is people have this economic patriotism towards the state and regions where these companies worked and operated. So this patriotism led to the situation where these regions were able to survive 2022. That became more intense in terms of events, and business could survive that as well because communities worked there in these biggest hubs and biggest regions, and I think that these numbers were affected by the fact that, for example, in Kharkiv IT cluster, we've grown twice as a community. So people, were coming from Kharkiv, and companies joined us, and they were proud with the fact that they didn't shut down their businesses. So this year we have companies joining us, and through USAID CAP project, we got some good support for the Cluster in the Cloud project, because we think lots of companies, they lost their geographical link, like they don't really feel where their home is, where they belong. And lots of companies got that as a result of that project. And we could see success when companies become more competitive. Before the war, 20% of technological businesses had to shut down during the first 2 years of their existence because there's this death valley for startups. And the same thing exists for high-tech businesses. They're not always successful. Sometimes companies, they merged, but the resilience that people demonstrated, that industry demonstrated during the war, it can be estimated as a success or not success, but it's important to understand that globally there are two super negative trends. The first one is recessions, and hiring curve went down in the States. They actually fired lots of people. And the second negative trend is, since the COVID pandemic stopped, fortunately, last year, but digitalization slowed down because they started reviewing a digitalization budget. So there are two different trends. There's a war in the country, and we're at the plateau level. So I think that's a huge success. So the states, they fire people, and we're hiring people. Okay, knock on wood, knock on wood. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Okay, what about you, Igor? The trust is... Oh, let's see. What did you do to gain that level of trust? Thank you very much. Actually, looking at these figures, I'd like to say that this industry is a locomotive for economy. And the rule of thumb for business means that you have to focus on your strong sides. So looking at this from the state's perspective, well, first you need to be proactive towards these figures, towards challenges, initiatives, because these initiatives that we try to implement and we still implement, their point was to give an impetus to the IT sector. And unfortunately, because of the war, this impetus turned challenge, competitive challenge. And when something happens, like this event, we have representatives from businesses and ministries, donors. We act as an ecosystem, and every initiative, like our common initiative, I'm not talking about single private initiative or state initiative, all of them, they engage all of the stakeholders, and this is a competitive advantage that allowed us to reach these figures that we're talking about. And as a person that is involved in the SCD project, it's for those who don't know, it's like a taxation space for people working in IT or wider digital economy. So it's a positive trend. It's nice to observe, but in the reality that we're in, because we have a full-scale invasion in the country, and well, it's probably will last for years. It's clear that you have to focus on midterm planning.
And long term. So no one, absolutely none of the IT community can do it alone. So our strength is in our unity, and as Ministry of Digital Transformation, coming back to your question, I think that we were open since the very beginning. We've never been hiding. We still have an opinion, and we use it in communication. We have some criticism, of course, received. We work on that together, and we polish the product. We update it, and we then get a good result. So, and we also are doing everything to have these joint initiatives implemented with all participants of the IT sector. And then we'll get the victory and success and flourishing and thriving in the IT sector, and there will be more trust to state. I never loved this separation, me and the state, because each of us is the state. We all are the state. When society realizes that this is like it is, and when we are more proactive, representatives of state authorities will push it faster, the economic one first, but cultural and social changes as well. You are modest, please. You're modest about your results. You're a very client-oriented ministry, always interesting products, ideas, innovative, or really innovative. So I think IT sector identified you as partners, fully trustworthy. You mentioned ecosystem, and for each industry, ecosystem is important, but for tech, creative industries, this is crucial. This is essential. A set of various organizations that interact very well, and the interactions like the neural network in brain, yeah? It's about establishing the environment where products grow. So, Stas, you were startupping. You are the product company. So, how it is to develop a product during the war and scale it? Because I know that you're doing a pivot, changing a business model, and you're scaling, expanding. Yeah, we do. We started the help from USAID was, I guess, one of the first fundraising activities. So we engaged a grant, then we engaged venture funding. It was very fast with the growth. What we're doing, if imagining it's like Bolt and Uber for cargo delivery. We have a network of carriers, and we give access to big enterprise clients who want to have the transportation tenders. We do it in Europe and the US. Basically, our way, it was a sharp growth. $3 billion of investments, $3 million of investments. International market, the product went there. I was in the US. I lived in the US, and before the war started, for 5 years I've been there. But then the war started, and the whole strategy was built on the synergy. So we worked with the migrants, the drivers from Eastern Europe, and the whole focus was to help migrants as well, because it doesn't matter if you're a professor in Ukraine. If you go to the US, you start at zero. The most popular profession is delivery, taxi driving, and we found the niche, and it grew fast. It was the first stage of business. We built the network. Then the war started, and the majority of team R&D in Ukraine, we were balancing. This was a competitive advantage. At some moment, we lost it, and it turned into a problem. For investors, it was a risk, and we had to change the strategy because the focus of marketing for Russian-speaking drivers, it was not relevant anymore. We had full support in Ukraine. We couldn't work with drivers from Russia or countries supporting Russia. Therefore, we started the full transformation of the strategy. As a stage 2, we decided to build a new product, to generate a new product. It was a correct decision. Additionally to the network of carriers, we launched another product. We have with subscription. And the most painful decision of 2023 was to cut the team. 20% of people were cut off, and one of our biggest players in the markets, one of the biggest players, they went bankrupt. The year was very dynamic. This dynamic, and we got some good results, I think. We're growing still. We stabilized many processes. We proved that you do not need to be in Silicon Valley. You can do it even in Ukraine. And I even think that Ukraine has so much attention today. It's a spot. It's in the spotlight. The trajectory of the civilization development depends on us. Not even the interstate relations, the global dimension. And now what we're doing, we want to have the next stage of development. It stipulates our shift with $50+ million for the company's portfolio. It's a new round of investment. We're preparing for it. It's in the process. There are problems. We're trying not to stress on this. We say what we're doing, what we've done to respond to the war impact, but we don't want to look like a victim. Just to give excuses for our losses or failures. We just show the action plan and saying, this is what done to respond. How did we adapt? It seems to me this is the best time because entrepreneurship is about adaptability. Once you can be lucky with an idea, but if you have an action plan for all the challenges and adaptability, it's entrepreneurial talent. And in Ukraine, this is the best chance to test it and to feel how it is to run the business when there's crisis, the war, and everything else. I don't think that anyone has been there in the decade. Israel, because I've studied in Tel Aviv University, it's the closest case, Israel. I conclude that based on forecasts, I read the analytics, that in Ukraine, we need to have 30 million people by 2030. And truly, for me, it sounds like the biggest problem and biggest challenge for us, the forecast that I mentioned. I remember Israel, when I came there to study, Israel is in permanent conflict. And it wasn't intimidating me. So we need a plan on how to engage experts, maybe how to replace those who don't plan to return, how to create conditions for this post-war recovery to actively take place, for us to get good opportunities for growth. For startups now, I think it's a complicated time. We have to take this default live model. The Paul Graham actually shaped it. We have to know how to work, not to depend on external funding, at least for some time, because it's not so easy to investments are quite risky, yeah, so we need to think how to work with the capital. Yes, it's really interesting for me. For Ukrainian startup funds, and half of the startups are without revenues here. So we have these startups made here, and this is data. It doesn't generate clients like in revenue, yeah. So how many people do you have? 76 now, almost. Well, we've optimized the team. Let's say it was painful because these are people who performed well. But in our growth model, we did not, of course, consider this biggest crisis since 2006. The tech sector, 76 people fundraising during the war, American market, not even leaving Kalinivka town in Vinnytsia region, so they really want to get $50 million capitalization. Well, why do we need to build tech product? What value can you give to economy and to sector? Okay, thank you. And Ihor, are you with us? We just want to ask you. You are staying in another city. Thank you for joining. I just want to ask you. In Ukraine, tech sector is mostly concentrated in 5 cities. Tech hubs: Kyiv, Kharkiv, Lviv, Dnipro, and Odessa. And it's related to education and other components of ecosystem. 80% of people would be concentrated before the war, now maybe more or less the same. On the other hand, if you take startups, it's more of for added value, better scaling. They are even more centralized, mostly Kyiv, a little bit of Kharkiv, Dnipro, Odessa, Lviv, a little bit like Ihor. You know very well what the situation is and how to build the ecosystems. And in your opinion, what should we do to decentralize the development of tech sector in Ukraine? In other hubs, apart from Kyiv and other places and settlements, is it possible? Hello, everyone. I'm listening to you, but sometimes I have operators saying which hand to cut or do something I'm simultaneously listening to other people. So I haven't heard all of what you said, but now just briefly to give you some idea. I think that concentration in Kyiv, is not a bad thing, because quite often these companies still concentrate in specific hubs, like London. We have the same Silicon Valley, for example. They have the ecosystem where actually the investment is collecting. In Kyiv, it's logical. We have so many hubs here, we have investors, we have companies, we have everything. It's logical that startups try to centralize. And the answer comes from that. For startups, it's okay to create these centralized ecosystems, and when we provide access in Kharkiv, Odessa, Dnipro, Vinnytsia, I don't know. If we give the same conditions, we'll have startups. If we give access to funding, locally if it's provided, we'll have startups growing there as well. It's important to create those various initiatives, bunch of initiatives, yes? And the more the spots will have where startups gather, share experience and their pains, the more startups actually emerge, we'll have more and more of these in more places. startups, for example, develop despite the situation, not thanks to situation.
Але ми бачимо конкретно полосі у нас відбувся запуск USAID конкретно
USAID CP was launched
міністерства.
many years ago. Ministry of Digital Transformation, we have it right now. Ukrainian Startup Fund is there in the bubble, and these initiatives pushed the development of startups, including IT. So, in February 2022, we had the peak basically in the IT sector in those terms. So it's important. And if we ensure those conditions locally, the startups will just be dragged there. It's briefly, yes, this industry is like 8 billion industry, but if we calculate the economic effect with a fresh research, $12 billion. Our GDP is $160 billion, okay? But the share of GDP is insured with spendings of people who still use the macro assistance. If you take macro assistance away, if you take the viable part of economy and the economic effect created by IT, not 5%, it will be huge, okay? And this industry haven't existed like 20 years ago, and still there's a lot of potential. By the way, the biggest part of that industry, well, we love startups. Yes, the potential is huge, and the majority of export income, it goes from service companies. Yeah, tell us, please. 90% in IT sector is about export. Okay, so we have to work with foreign clients. We work usually with them. It's hard to work with foreign clients now, and it's hard for men to cross the border. It's hard to convince that it's safe. We're business resilient and so on. The perception is different. So in these conditions, how is IT sector in the Play-Doh? How it's functioning? What to do? Because it will be worse and more complicated. Okay, honestly, 2022. This was it was the year when sales were inertia slightly, and there was more of this enthusiasm that Ukraine managed to survive when nobody believed that. And yeah, if we remember what happened back then, yesterday, well, someone may remember that, but please watch what was showed in the US, what they showed on their TV channels, and in the EU during the first week of war. And it was pretty clear for them, like, once I watched this mixture videos in 6 months after the start of invasion, I was amazed. It was like the definition of, like, that's it, that's done. Like 12 hours, and there will be no Kiev on the map. Will be destroyed, will die. So this whole mood when Ukraine managed to survive, it gave a push and impetus that it's okay to work with Ukraine. Many countries like felt at this Ukrainian trend, but 2022 is something. It can last for a long time. It may matter. It may last, but there are always some risky factors. We can't be 100% sure. That scenarios may be different completely, but this may be there for a long time. And if this may be for a long time, then we have to engage business, not the donation. Not emotional decision making, but rational. So when a client is looking at Ukraine, what one is seeing, and those abroad, they can see it as well. The picture is the same. If we watch the news before Israel, they've seen war, hostilities, like there's no Ukraine at all. If we just watch the retrospective. Every day people see that in the country something's happening. And for us it's clear where the region is, like regional specificity. But if now we say, like people, you haven't been to Spain, and we'll start talking about regionality, many people will not even say where that is, because east, west, whatever, it's unclear. Quite often for clients from the US, initially they learned the locations, but then it was like different. So they look at location. In Ukraine, blackouts risks, like the resilience is there, but let's diversify the risks. Let's see how can we diversify. Ukrainian developers don't just buy because we're the cheapest. No, we're not the cheapest, by the way, and service sector is not the cheapest. That's why it's a service sector, because within the last 5 years, from outsource out staff, it transformed into sector which still doesn't generate product but gives added value with what it's doing, and certain expertise to create not just design things unclear in terms of use, but solutions for some types of business. And it's confirmed with the fact that the majority of sectors, it's SMEs, out there. So it's like the sector, we have big players in it, huge, but the majority are SMEs. And coming back to clients, the COVID was over. During the COVID online and everything, we all were in equal conditions in sales, in events. In 2022, COVID was over. The world started having business trips, events. Ukraine wasn't doing this. The sector comprises 70% of men. Companies work in international markets, so in Kharkiv IT cluster, we evaluated as of January, the majority of companies established business continuity plans. Some teams were taken away based on clients' requirements, and we can see the difference with statistics of Lviv IT cluster. And this share of business that was temporarily relocated, but we also can see that this share is still paying taxes. It guaranteed the element of resilience for Ukrainian sector, but we have to understand now simple things. Why do we work as clusters so much in Kharkiv, with Lviv, Association IT Ukraine? We work a lot to speak of transparent business trips and the need of conscription immunity, because we have the worst immunity, 3,000 only. We have out of this whole sector, just 1%, so it does not affect the whole thing. But when a person is mobilized or dismissed, the client does not hire from Ukraine, one wants to hire from other location, because for him this is a risk. And if we speak of those risks, if together with the Ministry of Digital in 2024, we expect to get this trend to continue. If this will take a long time, we have to change the approaches on how we perceive the economy. And we sometimes use the metaphors that Ukraine has to work as the traffic lights. We need to have people who are green, those who pay taxes, officially registered, creating new jobs, yellow, pensioners, kids, people with disabilities, people who just can't take care of themselves. We have to do it. And thanks to assistance, but certain red sector is there that doesn't pay taxes. And for green sector, there are no great reasons why to become green. Many wants to go to shadowy sector. In 2024, we must create conditions to have more of greens, to promote the green part. Not asking when the victory, but when we will realize we're not just external partners, like what Alexei said. When we had the general meeting in Kharkiv cluster, we asked the question, do we perceive ourselves as external partners when we help army or the state, or we are the part of the team? Guys, we are the part of the team. If we all understand that we are not just players of ecosystem or different companies or different businesses, we all are the players of the same team. I think in this case we will be able to tackle the challenges. Yeah, uniting ecosystem. We cooperate with Lviv IT Cluster and Association. Yeah, this is an achievement. When you established DS City, you helped to unite the industry and tried to work to create effective mechanism. Now there is a lot of trust to it, and we supported the project. Interaction of state and IT industry, helping to establish the connections, to build rules, create rules for IT sector to win with these rules and develop. From what you say, I understand that it's hard. We have to unite and work, and then we can work with foreign clients. I want to ask you, Stas, you're scaling. Damn, how to translate scaling in Ukrainian? That's like scaling, yeah, масштабування, that's how it sounds. Other market during the war. So what difficulties you have, like with products? How you tackle it? Okay, so now we enter the markets which are low-hanging fruits, the ones that have the potential but still low competition in our segment. So we take the Romanian one, if it's Europe, and we go there with a product that does not require back office support. So if our key product is, if its basic version was like full stack marketplace where we have, let's say, a team of support and the truck drivers, the operators. So this one is the new tech platform with a subscription, and our aim is to scale it faster. There's no bottleneck here. No hampering factor, because in our business, per every 20 trucks, we need to have one operator. This is higher due to automatization than average, but still it's a huge operational effort. So for us now, the market entry looks simple. We adapt to certain, we consider the currency, the measurement units, language, document types, and templates, but it happens fast. Then we have these controlled marketing companies calculate everything, how it works. If we see the potential, if we know how to scale it effectively, then we plan to push more resources into it. We do it with a new product that we launched in October, so still too early to conclude, but there is potential and demand. At least no one tells us that it's expensive, so we now think to raise the cost. Enterprise, for us, well, even with the experience, we made some basic mistakes. Put invoice for 1 month, the company was negotiating for 2. So it should be a year. Some primitive things, sometimes, but yeah. Still, you have to learn with your own mistakes and quickly adapt. The potential is there. We have all necessary skills, talented developers, and Ukraine reminds me of the US in Europe. So with the mentality, we can become the platform open for any person from any part of the world just coming here and running business. So we have to create this, and then nobody will attack us, because many countries will be interested, global interested capital, and we have to transform it, because we have the only option. The board, if the leaders tell us being a shield of Europe, Leah, so we just have to overcome the war period, and we must have enough strength for the post-war recovery. It's a watershed moment. Everybody has the fatigue already, and we just have to go through it. This is the challenge that we have to tackle in long-term perspective. When in 10-20 years it will be easier to comprehend that, but when you build a business, and when you see other people just giving their lives for us to actually do what we're doing, it's hard. It's it's hard to lose focus. You just want to give the best result possible. Yeah, you say talented developers. From what I hear from you, active, creative entrepreneurs. Definitely in previous panels, they said in 1.5 months, such projects are developed that take much longer. We have a lot of offer. I think certain conditions must be there. This is a mobile industry. It can relocate, change its structure differently. The question to you, Alexei, to ministry. Okay, so you created DSCT, which ensures additional stimuli, better conditions for tech business. Now we had this trade mission for the biggest tech conference, Lisbon Web Summit. Maybe you've been there. So I counted 30 stands of countries and separate spots selling themselves. I asked someone there, people said 7 years ago, only 10. The competition for talents is huge. Everybody wants to sell themselves. We have DSCT. You give grants via Ukrainian startup funds, other things. We offer something. As a jurisdiction, are we competitive? Are we interesting? Are we attractive? Yes, we are competitive. Yeah, we have to continue being attractive. And some additional risks are there, but for 2 years already. And with the Plato that was mentioned when it comes to IT sector development, it's like a glass half filled, and someone sees half empty, someone half filled. I can see it half filled, and in those conditions where we are, super hard conditions, this Plato, not the downfall, this itself is a victory, yeah? And as a ministry, what we have to do, we have to ensure. This may sound simple, but it's hard to do.
Is to ensure that IT business operates well. Companies, people, and to make sure that they can do what they're good at, whatever it is. In DSCT, the benefits are low taxes, ability to achieve the critical enterprise status so that you can book people from drafting so that they can perform contracts. Whatever risks you face, our job in the ministry is to advocate and lobby interests of the industry that we care for. And it should be easy way, not forcing anything upon people. So we need to popularize like practice. Of course, we wanted to provide incentives for the industry, and the mission of the ministry is to ensure that the industry has 10% of GDP. In IT industry, in terms of absolute figures, actually is ahead of the agricultural sector, but this is not what we're focused on. We wanted to ensure that everything that we already elaborated is preserved. So we have to exchange ideas, and businesses have possibilities to participate in trade missions thanks to you, thanks to our clusters. So in the Ministry of Digitalization, we try to ensure the right conditions to help businesses do what they're good at, because we have the best people available with the great expertise. And our job is to showcase ourselves globally, promote ourselves, and hopefully we're going to be noticed by foreign customers, and we're not losing existing markets. And also we have flexible operation where there are 650 companies and there is a possibility to extend our area. For example, this year, we just see what the trends are, what the demand is, and what happens in the country. And this year, the war shows that this is a war of technologies. So we've started doing maintenance on drones, like the different kinds of drones, sea drones, air drones, and land drones. And also there's medtech. There are lots of soldiers. They will get back and with injuries, and they need prosthetics. So we just watch what's going on, and we come up with proper offers, and we try to popularize them. So we try to analyze what's going on in the country, in our country and overall, and we try to respond. But our job ultimately is to make sure that businesses operate properly. Thank you. And you mentioned Miltech, MedTech. Unfortunately, that's a sort of a sector that's will have to be developed. My question is to Igor. Your lead on innovations and technology industry investments in Advantage Ukraine. And it's got the word innovations. So where do you think the innovations will go in 2024, and where you can attract more investment? Well, the main point is to do your job. That's the first advice. And while we're talking, I would like to emphasize that I read an ad about AKCG. I'm sorry, the sound is distorted. So IT is still on the radar. The classical service is still on the radar, and we can talk about products, but this is what our power is, the power of Ukrainian IT. When we talk about innovations, there are also some good news. Like yesterday, innovation strategy was presented on the country level, where they set strategic industries that they will count on in the Ministry of Transformation and in all of governmental agencies. They have e-defense and e-gov, and actually Ukraine has a lot to share because we have a lot of experience here. Biotech and a couple of other industries. If the government counts on them, they will have additional incentives, and it will be supported by the government and its partners. But this year, there are industries that historically were strong in Ukraine. And it's a global trend. And we're not the last in the list of, I'm talking about AI. We're not the last in that list. There are Ukrainian startups that became unicorns, and they use that AI technology. Reface and others. We have really powerful cases that will reinforce Ukrainian industry, and of course is going to develop. And this is an area where you can attract more investments. Doesn't matter where you are, in Ukraine or in the States. In the next couple of years, that's the only industry that will really attract investments, even during the venture crisis. And also, let's not forget about security sector. Yeah, let's see what's going on with Kyivstar, a mobile service provider attacked by hackers, how it can affect the country's economy. And actually, our cybersecurity level is quite high, and at the same time, we have gaps to fill. But that means that this industry is very important. We are ready to keep developing this industry, and we need to attract more investments. And more than that, 40% of cybersecurity projects in Israel were launched by Ukrainians or ethnic Ukrainians. So we have this historical heritage for cybersecurity sector in Ukraine. And another historical thing is space tech. Why it's important? One way or the other, the war and the economy in general are moving to space, among other areas. In Israel, we had the first space battle where a ballistic missile, Hamas ballistic missile, was shot down by Israeli forces in stratosphere, and basically in space. We can see that satellite imaging is developing, drones that can go, enter space, long-range missiles. It's also about space. And in Ukraine, Dnipro is the capital of space tech in Ukraine, and it should become a capital of European space tech and even global space tech. And every year, more and more countries, they claim to be ambitious about space. And this is where we can reach success with our projects and attract investment. So these are key industries. Also, separately, they are highly regulated industries. Industries where there is a lot of regulation, like in the States, like biotech, medtech, fintech. And we can test products in Ukraine while we don't have lots of limitations that they have compared to other countries. And that's important to have this window of opportunities to launch projects that can be sold later at world markets. That's awesome. Thanks, Igor. Well, we're out of time. 15 minutes ago, we just keeping people from their Friday evening. And I just wanted to ask a last question. What do you think about our perspectives for the next couple of years, like 1 to 10? What about long-term perspective? Because 2024 will be very hard, very difficult for everyone. There are not many good news, but what about long-term perspective or mid-term perspective? How do you estimate our future 1 to 10? I think high-tech industry is a priority for us. At the same time, like together with agriculture, we can't negatively assess our industry in long term. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be one of the hardest periods in IT history and for the economy as a whole, but we have a possibility to
сьогодні на базі там військових воїнів, на базі
develop it based on the relations that we have in the country. We can develop really nice products if we mobilize and if we start working properly in a healthy way. We have really nice perspective. And besides, we have numerous tools like Horizon Europe and IT. And we have unprecedented support from the states, and that's going to help us develop this industry. So let's just be ready for that. Oh, thank you. What about you, Stach? I think the main thing is to be able to adapt without waiting until it gets better. Just accept the reality as is and act. We have a good potential, especially considering that global products, they don't depend on the internal market much. And adapting will help you solve problems that we have in Ukraine. Because despite anything, you can still work in Ukraine, and people are very enthusiastic, and people reassess their values, and it helps us to achieve the result even faster. There are no distractors, and I think lots of people have their mindsets changed after the full-scale invasion. The people that we have available are people who really focused and enthusiastic. Olga? Well, I think if we talk about the perspective, my estimation is pretty positive, but speaking about key pillars, the first one would be what Yaroslav talked about. We have a possibility to test products and test something the world will need in the next decade in order to be more secure. We use drones to protect ourselves, and the world will use them to protect their borders without having direct threats. And there are lots of technological projects in different forms in cybersecurity. So that experience that we're getting right now, we need to understand it, and it's related to different industries. Not many, like nobody has it around the world. And having expertise, well, normally, like globally, is interpreted as using trial and error process, getting experience. And the next thing is thanks to a lot of support from the Ministry of Digital Transformation and also technologies, we're creating a domestic market for that industry, and we never had that before. And it was mostly about telecommunication companies. We didn't have consumer culture, and we need market fit for products. And I think today is the time where this market is emerging that tests everything that can show traction, that can help with traction. This is why DIA is so popular. And I think this is one of the key things that will allow us in the next 3 years to help some positivity. So everyone is so positive. Alexei, what about you? Yeah, my estimation is positive as well. I don't like to give any assessment or estimation, But what make this industry different from what we had 2 years ago is maturity. And I agree with Olga. Ukraine platform is like a range where they test global ideas, and that expertise that we gain based on that maturity index and the challenges that we have, we don't have, we can't back up. So I think it's positive. But it's very hard to raise venture capital. We have less cash, and also the contracts. We're still facing the situation where they basically printed lots of banknotes. So that's great. Thank you for your analysis, and let's give everyone a round of applause. And thank you for staying late. Well, it's actually 8-hour working day, but we did it, and let's give everyone a round of applause. Igor, thank you very much as well for being here, for joining us online. Guys, that was a final panel discussion, and briefly, I want to say thank you very much, USA CEP. This event was organized for entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs, and we had lots of stories today, because stories is something that drives the world. Be inspired and take every challenge, and so you can start networking right now. Thank you everyone who joined us online.